Us this morning. We've opened up the weight room and we're going to allow everyone in the room before we start the meeting. So please stand by. Thank you for joining us this morning. Members of the public, if you're joining us this morning, thank you for signing in and participating in the meeting. We are just letting everyone join from the weight room. And if I could ask everyone to please mute your microphones if you're not speaking. Thank you so much. It looks like everyone has joined from the weight room. So we'll begin our meeting. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, October 27th, 2020. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker.
Here.
Commissioner Goldsmith. She's here. Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche.
Here.
And Commissioner Soboroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Inspector General, the City Attorney, and sitting in for the Executive Director, Senior Management Analyst, Eva Vega. Madam President.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Secretary, and welcome to everyone attending this morning. We hope you are staying well and safe during these challenging times. The agenda for today's meeting was published on Friday and is summarized as follows. We will have the Chief's report. Then we will proceed to public comment. Then we will turn to our regular agenda, where we are going to hear a number of reports. First on from the California Policy Lab, then the Inspector General, and then we will hear about 2 policy proposals. We will not vote on those matters today. Written public comment period will be open on those matters until November 10th for a 2-week period, essentially. We will return to vote on those matters on November 17th. When we will hear on those matters and vote at that time. For today, we will consider the remaining matters on the agenda, a donation, a write-off of uncollectible receivables, and rates for the official police garage towing and storage program as required by the city. A reminder for all members of the public comment will be heard on item 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker can be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. If you do not have the opportunity to speak today, or if you wish to provide more detailed public comment, you can submit those written comments to policecommission@lapd.online. Members of the public can participate today in one of a number of ways. They are all outlined on the agenda. There are call-in numbers where a member of the public can listen to the meeting, but you cannot participate and provide public comment. You can submit written public comment, as I stated, to the email address policecommission@lapd.online, or you can log into this Zoom account, as many of you have done, and raise your virtual hand. Or if you're calling in on this Zoom meeting from a phone number, the phone number listed on the agenda, you can press *9 if you wish to speak on an agenda item. The first matter on today's agenda is the report of the Chief of Police. Chief, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for that. And I'm going to cover my typical items as well as I'm going to hold my remarks regarding the review of the stops by the Inspector General. I'll make my comments relative to that report in the California Policy Lab report at the time those items are presented. Each week I speak briefly about our efforts with our racial equity, inclusion, and diversity project. This past week, we now have loaned 3 full-time personnel to assist in the DEI project and the development of that program to complete action items and research. And I'm happy to report also that Commander Flores met with the citywide racial equity representatives from the entire city government and discussed our plan as well as other agencies, general managers' plans and details. And we're also providing feedback as to how we see the indicators that we're seeing progress or and what are our goals as we move forward. Any strategic plan needs to have measures of effectiveness and goals to prove effective. Secondly, I speak each week about our COVID-19 and its impact on our workforce as well as the general overall public. I want to say that this last week, the impact of COVID within the department is improving. We had an increase of only 7 employees this week to a total of 625 that are now tested positive for COVID. And we have seen a return of an additional 16 officers and civilian personnel. So we now have 574 of that 618 that have recovered from this virus and are back at work. We have approximately 81 individuals that are assigned to home either because they've tested positive or they are awaiting test results relative to being a potentially positive COVID patient. Externally, our work continues to and remind the public that we are safer at home and to provide for face coverings and other personal protective measures to safeguard them from them. We are, as a county, still in a purple condition, and which means that our situation, while perhaps not worsening, is still at the highest level of exposure, and we need to continue to exercise good distancing, staying at home, restricting our activities, so as an effort to counter this virus and its impact on our health. A couple of events I want to speak to. I want to thank Commissioners Murphy-Goldsmith, as well as Commissioner Bonner for attending yesterday with me, as well as Dr. Sharon from the Department of Mental Health, Supervisor Barger and Hahn, as well as Mayor Garcetti, where the joint city and county partnership announced the development of an alternative dispatch therapeutic van program. These 5 vans are now going to be available by the end of the year to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as an alternative to dispatching police officers and firefighter personnel to individuals experiencing mental illness. This is a significant milestone for us, and one that I hope to bring greater attention to, and also greater velocity that we expand and deepen this capability. Currently, the Los Angeles Police Department, we respond to more than 50 calls each day for people experiencing mental illness, some with medical instances, others just simply experiencing a mental health crisis. And in the absence of having mental health professionals available, it ends up with being a police matter. This development of these 5 vans is now adding to the county's and city's capabilities to have an alternative. And I just cannot thank enough our elected leaders, as well as to bring the fact that we need to expand this to scale quickly, that these are models that we see in other parts of the country. So I'm hopeful that as this pilot is embarked upon, that we'll learn from it quickly, and that we will again expand it so to allow for greater coverage and a greater percentage of these calls to be handled by a non-police or non-law enforcement personnel. Secondly, tonight is the 6th game of the World Series, and go blue. But it also is an important moment for me to remark that in our preparation and training for tonight's event is that while we expect the Dodgers to win tonight and to get that elusive World Series title, we're also mindful of the aftermath of the Laker win and the celebration, and how unfortunately there were elements within those crowds and those groups that devolved into riotous acts, looting, vandalism, injuries to officers, as well as injuries to participants, requiring law enforcement to have a substantial role for LAPD officers to come in to restore order. There were some 76 arrests that night. There was more than $500,000 damage. So today, in preparation for this, I just want to remind all Angelenos and all Los Angeles fans to celebrate them and do so in a manner of a championship team, the deserving of a championship team, and to do so responsibly. They are safer at home. This COVID-19 virus is real. Coming together in crowd settings, group settings, does pose dangers to themselves as well as others. The department will have added deployment, both at the stadium as well as in other venues around the city. So should there be gatherings of individuals or caravans of cars, that will be there to ensure that people are acting lawfully, and that any celebration is monitored so that its conduct does not result in the type of damage and violence that we saw in this just a few short weeks ago. There'll be no tolerance for violence. There's no room in Los Angeles for people to commit vandalism or acts of violence against officers or others, or to commit arson or the breaking in of buildings and or businesses. The other matter I want to speak to briefly is we've had two categorical uses of force in this last period of time. One's an officer-involved shooting in the central area of Los Angeles, and the second one being an off-duty reserve officer outside the city and resulting in the shooting of an animal. First, regarding the officer-involved shooting that did not involve a hit, it occurred last Friday in the central area, in the area of 11th and South Main Street. There, uniformed officers from Central Patrol were flagged down by a citizen reporting a robbery suspect. As the officers located the individual later identified as Vanessa Nunez, a female Hispanic, approximately 30 years of age, they attempted to make a pedestrian stop. When they did so, Ms. Nunez allegedly turned and fired 2 rounds at the officers from a semi-automatic pistol, resulting in officer-involved shooting. Ms. Nunez then dropped her weapon and was subsequently taken into custody without further incident. She was treated at the scene by LA fire paramedics for minor injuries sustained by breaking glass, but it was determined that she was not struck by the officer's gunfire. A Glock Model 19 semi-automatic pistol was recovered from the scene. And although none of her rounds from Ms. Nunez's gun struck the officer's black and white was struck. And I'm thankful that these officers were not injured or killed in this engagement. Force investigation did respond and are conducting the criminal and administrative investigation. And Ms. Nunez was booked for attempt murder on a police officer, resulting from her actions. Second matter was an officer-involved shooting that happened this past Sunday involving an animal outside the city in the city of Diamond Bar. There at approximately 10 o'clock in the morning, an off-duty reserve officer was walking his 2 dogs on a trail in the city of Diamond Bar when he was confronted by a large pit bull. That pit bull had pulled away from its owner, and the owner had fallen to the ground and had injured her shoulder. The pit bull began attacking the officer's dog, but the officer was able to separate them without any further issue at the moment. When the owner of the pit bull attempted to restrain her dog, the officers moved several yards away and secured his animals away from this location. The officer then went back to help the owner, who appeared injured. Unfortunately, the pit bull broke free from the owner a second time and again began attacking the officer's dog. When the officer attempted to restrain the pit bull, it became aggressive towards him. The officer fired 1 round at the dog, striking the torso, and the pit bull died at the scene. The owner of the pit bull was transported by a rescue ambulance to a local hospital for injuries she sustained as a result of her fall. Fortunately, the officer was not injured. Deputies from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department did respond to the scene, and they'll be completing a non-criminal discharge of a firearm report. Our Force Investigation Division responded as per our protocol and will conduct our own administrative investigation into the circumstances of this event. I typically report each week, and as a reminder to all of our public, our crime stats and personnel stats are now posted online and available. Briefly, I'll say, in the interest of time, that this last week we did see an improvement, a slight improvement in regards to the levels of violence that we've been experiencing in the earlier weeks. This last week, we did have 1 homicide. The prior week, there was 9 homicides. However, this last week, there were 32 shooting victims, primarily in the central and southern part of the city. And while that's a reduction from 40 shooting victims the week before, it still is above our last year average or last year week-to-week numbers. So the challenges in Los Angeles continue in regards to our shooting violence, particularly the violence in our streets. Year to date, we are plus 23.5% in homicides. That's 268 homicides year to date versus 217 last year. We still have an overall reduction in violent crime and property crime, but our shooting violence remains our center point of focus and energy. I am thankful for the work of gang reduction, youth development, intervention workers, and prevention workers as they go out and try to settle disputes and resolve differences that are occurring in our community. I'm also thankful for the efforts of our men and women that are in our shooting response team, as well as in our patrols, where they are identifying and bringing before the criminal justice system individuals who we believe are responsible for a series of these shootings. With that, that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Commissioner, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I have a few brief comments before I open it up to questions from commissioners. Chief, certainly heartened to hear about the lower COVID numbers. Hopefully that's a good sign for Los Angeles, and certainly happy to hear about the recovery of the officers who are back on duty. Just a quick note on yesterday's announcement. Congratulations are due to many who worked very hard to put that together, the alternate dispatch, and ensure that proper services are being provided to the community. I know many community groups and advocates have been talking about that for years. Many in the department have been working on it and throughout the city, but I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Goldsmith, who I know has been advocating for this for years, long before I joined the commission. So I was happy to see that she was able to attend the press conference yesterday along with Commissioner Bonner. Congratulations to all who were involved. But Chief, regarding that program, if you could speak briefly, I wonder if or how the department will be evaluating the program, maintaining data to determine whether the staffing is sufficient for demand or the metrics for success. How will you be evaluating it, sir?
So I'm as I said yesterday, I'm really fortunate to have a role in this by saying this is a program that does not involve the department. We have a role, obviously 911 calls, where people are calling for individuals who are experiencing mental illness, may experiencing accompanying medical circumstance as well. So we'll have the metrics from that point, and we'll be measuring the number of calls that allow us to do this alternate dispatch. We'll also measure those calls that while there's initial dispatch of those units, perhaps there's an additional need for law enforcement, for a police officer to respond because of acts of violence or some other complication. But it is my hope that when we look at the call volume that we have by the department, as well as by the fire department, that we're going to quickly see that these resources are quickly taken up and utilized, and that the need for additional resources are quickly identified and that they're procured. This alternate dispatch as a model for the reimagining public safety in Los Angeles, this is a great pilot step, but I think we need to measure quickly and frequently and check back with how do we build capacity, because this is not, while it's unique to Los Angeles, it's not unique to America. There are other models, programs that involve, and basically for the public that may not have been briefed or seen this, it involves a driver, it involves a mental health professional, clinician, and it involves a peer member, a person who may have experienced mental health issues of the past and may also have experienced episodes of homelessness. And as a peer member can help establish dialogue and de-escalate situations to allow the mental health clinician to render and provide support and assistance and ensure that we try to reach supportive services for the person's placement in a urgent medical health facility or medical needs as required.
Thank you.
So I would look, as soon as this is established, to give a tight timeline, 60 to 90 days, that we circle back to identify, as Commissioner Bonner indicated, that'll be yesterday, rightfully so. Though I'm sure there'll be hiccups. It may not be a perfect launch. There'll be areas that we can learn and identify. What I look to do is, as part of the city family and county family, is for us to lean into that aggressively, so we can make those adjustments as necessary and see this program deepened.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Soboroff, I see you opened your microphone. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chief, two things. The announced budget deficit of between $300 and $600 million, and discussions of furloughs and department reductions. Can you talk about how you prepare for something like that? The mayor talked about the federal government pitching in or paying what they owe to help relieve some of this. But how are we preparing in a time when crime is going up for this news?
So as a reminder, this department, as you know, had already engaged in a reduction in workforce, both in sworn and civilian personnel of more than 500 personnel. That is notwithstanding the current budget deficit of $300 to $600 million that's been established. We did participate in what Mayor Garcetti referenced as a 3% budget exercise, where if the department was required to make further cuts amounting to more than $51 million, what would that entail? And in plain English, it would entail about 1,000 fewer personnel. It would be a devastating and just, I don't have an optic of how we would attempt to operate. The diminishment of services would be devastating. We're currently looking, and as you know, we've reorganized and we're setting now an outreach to our labor unions to meet and confer with our proposed and intended reorganization to deal with the reduction in workforce that's already been identified, to stop doing less essential functions such as desk operations and less essential functions such as traffic collision reports, and how we're going to deal with civilian work, civilian reduction of workforce. Those matters will continue to unfold in the coming weeks and months. The concern I have, and I know every Angelino should have, is that these projected deficit shortfalls of $300 to $600 million is on top of what is already this organization's already going through. I am hopeful that that's the mayor announced just this morning that Washington has a capability of addressing this because Los Angeles is not alone. This is the experience that we're having is being replicated throughout the country. And in fact, some would argue that Los Angeles is slightly ahead of the game because of the rainy day funds and the conservative nature of which this city has operated for the last decade in recovering from the worst economic recession in more than in a generation. But yet those numbers are real. And in the absence of a additional support from the HEROES Act or other support outside the organization of the city of Los Angeles, it's a very stark circumstance. Now, so we will see in the coming weeks what has happened for the department and for the city. What's critical at this point is that we maintain public safety. That the first obligation of any city is the safety of its residents. And as we prioritize and have to reprioritize and set aside what functions will continue and which functions may have to be curtailed or otherwise, I look forward to the support of this mayor and the city council in recognizing the critical need for public safety, and that the police and fire resources are those first line and front line resources in that endeavor.
Okay, thanks. Chief, second question. You touched on part of it with the Dodgers' potential victory tonight or tomorrow night. Also next Tuesday is the election. Last week I asked you, is it safe to go to the polls in Los Angeles? Do you anticipate outside agitators, depending on the results of the election, whenever they're announced? Are we ready? What do you hear from other agencies, national and local?
So polls have opened this past Saturday, and we're monitoring any calls for service or any episodes of any disturbance or demonstration or prohibited activity. And I'm happy to say that Los Angeles, the polls are safe and they're operating smoothly. And of course, there's many more people that are exercising the mail-in ballots capabilities, but we will continue to monitor that closely, working with the county register as well as the Secretary of State. We are providing daily reports with our Sheriff's Department for countywide perspective on polling places and the safety of these sites. And again, I'm happy to report that Los Angeles is safe. I encourage everyone to go out and vote and to use their local polling place, or frankly, any polling place if they have the requisite material and identification with them. Secondly, in regards to our national election on the 3rd, the department is in uniform, the department-wide uniform status as of yesterday, and will be until further notice. That's an effort to have the flexibility to bolster our uniform presence in the field should that be necessary, and that will be maintained until further notice. We have also, in regards to what's happened over the last 5 months, recognizing the potential for further disturbances, some demonstrations that could devolve into violence or property destruction. We are activating our Department Operations Center on a day and nighttime basis. We've operated our emergency operations guide so that the various strategies and top tactics of managing and facilitating demonstrations and protests, as well as the ongoing city operations, But should they escalate and should there become acts of violence or property damage or others, we will have resources ready, and we'll take immediate action to restore order. And of course, we're working with our state and local officials as well as our federal officials to monitor what's happening in other parts of the country. And should there be acts of violence or property damage here, to also work with them to hold those individuals accountable and prosecute them for their violence. I'm really encouraged by hearing elected officials and those running for office that have expressed in a full-throated fashion that there's no place for violence as we go forward in this election process, that there is no justification for violence against anyone or for committing acts of vandalism, looting, or arson. They cannot and will not be justified. And I'm thankful for that. Most recently being announced and discussed and emphasized, because I think it's people need to hear that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Other questions, please? Commissioner Goldsmith, I see you opened your mic.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the report, Chief. Regarding the alternative to the LAPD response to mental health issues, including homelessness, I just wanted to really just say how amazing it is to finally see this vision become a reality, which I agree was the hard work of many people over years. By the time a person experiencing mental illness is confronted by an armed officer, every system has failed them. We have all failed them. And I'm so glad that we are now finally making the investments in the systems and the people to prevent those interactions from ever happening, and to make sure that people who are struggling with mental illness get the help that they need, and really eliminate the possibility for the fear that can be created by confrontations with armed officers, as well as the potential for escalation. This was a long time coming, and I just want to give a shout out to Lieutenant Brian Bixler for a while. It felt like it was just kind of me and him with this crazy idea. But I'm so glad that others have embraced it, and especially, I wish it didn't require this, but I do appreciate that the protests in the streets really accelerated the pressure and the pace and the resources for this. And I hope that we can use it as a model to continue to identify types of incidents and calls that don't require an armed police response. I hope this is just the beginning. There are certainly lots of minor offenses with kids, traffic violations, and other situations that really don't require an armed response. So I look forward to continuing to do that. And I wonder, to Commissioner Decker's earlier questions, just in terms of keeping an eye on how this is going, whether we can get a report back maybe in 6 weeks from both the department and, as you said, Chief, though you're not really implementing this, although I am interested in your perspective in terms of reduction in calls and what may be an unmet demand. But also perhaps we could get the Department of Mental Health in, or others who are involved in implementing the program to help us see, what's working, and if there are challenges, if there's any way that we can support the successful implementation.
Absolutely. Well, we stand ready. We'll work with Dr. Sharon as well as with Chief Terrazas in regards to this, and we'll make the numbers available just at the earliest opportunity. And again, nobody, as I said yesterday, nobody is happier to see this happen than law enforcement and LAPD. For too long, we've been asked to fill in a space where law enforcement's not needed, nor required, and yet we're the only resource that's available. And that's got to change. And this is what I will say here is out of a point of frustration to you is whatever, if it is protest activities, a time of social injustice, the time of reflection, the emphasis that's been driving this most recently, we've got to keep on it. And the department stands not only ready, but is asking and insisting that it be built. As I said yesterday, the St. Thomas Bridge, its replacement was built, and then the St. Thomas Bridge will be taken down. This is the remodeling of this alternative dispatch. The department's sizing, there are hundreds of fewer resources available for these types of calls today, and we need to get those resources stood up. Non-law enforcement, non-LAPD, and they need to be up in volume. And so you have my my commitment, but I know there's every man and woman working in black and white welcomes this as this tool, this resource, and certainly in support of mental health professionals that need this staffing and funding so they can go out and do this work.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Goldsmith. Did that conclude your questions? Yeah, okay. Commissioner Bonner, sir.
Yes, thank you. Chief, just a couple also on the alternative dispatch. One question as a practical matter is still a little bit unclear as to how the triaging will work, as to whether it's still a 911 call and it's the dispatcher that does that triaging. But also, I noted that the Sheriff's Department was not, as I understand, I don't know what their role or engagement will be. I know that they were not in the conversation yesterday, so it's still also unclear to me whether these vans, the few that there are at the moment, whether they will be operating in just the identified council districts or also in the unincorporated areas of the city. And so, who is the service really available to, and clarify like how that triaging will be done.
So in Los Angeles, I spoke with the Supervisor Barger yesterday relative to the placement. The one for Supervisor Hahn will be placed in the San Pedro area. The supervisors are still determining each of those 5 vans in each of the supervisory districts. Each of those supervisory districts have land or have ground in the city of Los Angeles. But I suspect that the Supervisor Bargers may end up in the Antelope Valley versus San Fernando Valley, which is why in the city and a county of 10 million, it's so critical that these 5 resources not be seen as a panacea. It's a good start. It's a needed start, but it needs to be scaled up so that a county or San Fernando Valley is a valley of nearly 2 million people outside, considering the 1.5 million that constitutes the city of Los Angeles and another 500,000 at least that constitutes Glendale and other cities in that area. We need these resources throughout the county. It needs to be available 24 hours a day. And this early juncture, this pilot needs to be brought up to much greater scale. Lastly, the calls do come into 911. They're based on geographic location. So if you're in the city of Los Angeles, if you call for this service, or this need, it'll come to a 911 operator, which is an LAPD police service representative. And that individual has a call screening criteria that if it involves a non-violent instance of a person who's having a mental health episode and also maybe having a medical need, that this would be a provision that would be the alternate dispatch, where currently it would be an LAPD officer. So a person experiencing homelessness, for instance, that's having a mental health crisis in a public setting, that would currently be a citizen or a community member may call and ask for a resource to help and support and render aid to that individual. Currently, that's a police or fire resource. It's envisioned that, and what we hope to see is that this therapeutic van resource will be instead the first in. We'll go there and assess and provide supportive help and assistance both at scene as well as a follow-up to either an urgent medical, urgent psych location, supportive location, or urgent care.
So, yeah, thank you. And then on the second point is there was a couple of comments about how this has been an idea that's been around a long time. It's something the department and officers are very favorable for. It's something that the public and communities have been asking for. And so, to me, you have now at least the model that's exists. It's going to be piloted in some way, and so now is really comes the test of commitment in terms of resources and that'll be allocated to the effort. And so to Commissioner Decker's point, I think about the tracking and the reporting. One thing I would like to see going forward, at least, is to see if the department is able to continue to develop data and information that can be used to proactively promote and build the case for those resources. And I don't know if that involves, a better way of understanding how many calls for service could be potentially diverted in this way, or what that might consist of. But the point is that let's not just be cheerleaders for the good program, but let's find a way to help build the case to support that allocation of resources, because that's always where the shortcoming comes is you got a great idea, but no resources to execute.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bellner. Commissioner Kalanche, I see your mic is open. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chief. Congrats to all that worked really hard to get this off the ground. Most of the questions that I had have been already asked and answered. I just have additional kind of more informational questions. The vans dispatch, are they working 24/7?
They haven't started yet.
Or will they work 24/7? And what is the pilot period?
The pilot identified was for 1 year, and they are deployed 24 hours a day. They're in the state of Los Angeles, and where the personnel are there. I hope that they're not at the fire stations very often, given the call load that police and fire both are engaged in. I'm hoping the biggest challenge is keeping those tires, with the right amount of thread on them. That they're frequent and they're out there and they're working with the engagement.
Great. I also want to applaud that this is a great county-city partnership, since the county has a lot of the public health resources and mental health resources. It's really important that we continue to partner with the county, since these funds are critical for us to meet the needs of those who needed. So congrats to all. I have an additional question regarding the increase in shootings. I think last meeting requested some information by age. So just a quick reminder for shooting victims and also those arrested for shootings or
Right.
Yeah, just the age breakdown. I just want to get a sense of like what the need is for outreach or for services, to understand even like the service that's being provided by GRID, and what the target population should be. So yeah, so that would be important. Yeah.
That information has actually been projected out. It's due back to the Chief of Staff on November 4th. So I expect that after Chief Choi reviews it and I've seen it, that we'll get it forwarded to Mr. Tiefenk for distribution.
Thank you. I think that information would even be very helpful to GRID and their work. Thank you so much. That was it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate all your comments. We're going to.
If I could just make one other matter, I was remiss. I did not talk. I typically talk each week about the number of officer-involved shootings and in-custody deaths. Just for the point of information, I covered that. We remain at three in-custody deaths year to date versus 3 last year. We have now a total of 25 officer-involved shootings this year. Last year, that number at this time was 22. 7 of those this year have involved a fatality. 10, that number was 10 last year. Our 4-year average for the number of officer-involved shootings at this point would be 29, and our number of fatals at this point in the past, as a 4-year average, was just over 12.
Thank you,
Chief. Just as a reminder, so that's I just want to make sure I provide that information. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Were there any additional questions from commissioners as a result? I know we speak about the shootings in closed session, but just want to give opportunity. Very well. That will close the chief's report. We'll move on to item number 2 on the agenda. Madam Secretary, if you could begin the public comment period and make the agenda available to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, our first caller is Zach Sherwin. Give me 1 second. Zach, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, 3B, 3C, public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Chief's report, it's really something to hear Chief Moore talk about the paramount importance of safety in Los Angeles, because the LAPD acts in so many ways to imperil the lives and well-being of people in this city. And in disproportionate numbers, they are Black and brown and poor people. So hearing the Chief use that kind of language is quite rich. Commissioner Murphy Goldsmith, you used the term, quote, crazy idea to refer to your new program, which is intended to help people with mental health issues. Again, that term was crazy idea. So besides a gotcha on some careless language, which don't mistake my meaning, it definitely is. The slip up and the lack of sensitivity, even in the language that you use, just reinforces for me that the LAPD is too blunt a tool for interacting with people who have mental health issues. And it's like, how many killings and shootings do we need for us to be convinced of that point? Just want to also note that there's no update in this report on the, for me, striking allegation the chief made last week, the claim he made that in fact it wasn't the cops who shot out a person's eye during the Lakers revelry. So, as a person who attends these meetings on a weekly basis, that would be something I would be interested in hearing from the chief instead of the kind of like word salad, unlimited trips to the buffet in which he indulges. Item 3B, just to quote the report, Black residents were overrepresented in the frequency of stops, including stops for traffic violations. This 1 week after we hear that 0 of 734 claims of biased policing were sustained by the LAPD grading itself, is just like, do a little bit like slicker and more elegant a job of like covering this stuff up. I mean, your own numbers belie what's going on here. Item 3C, the linked document in the agenda includes a training bulletin that lays out the 4 tenets of procedural justice. I scoffed as I read. Tenet number 1 is trustworthiness, which this chief, this department, and this commission, frankly, act constantly in ways to diminish the public's trust. And I think the volume of calls you get on a weekly basis demonstrate that. Tenet 2 is respect, which, given the ways that we've seen the LAPD behave this year, is, like I said before, rich. Tenet 3 is neutrality, which the aforementioned discrepancies with the racial bias policing sustained claims, it's a further come on now. And then the last tenet is voice. And it just makes me think of the way this commission acts to stifle public comment, not just the 45-minute time limit, but the fact that there's no meaningful way to respond to agenda items because the comment has to happen before them. And then by next week, it's too late and we have to get our comments in the day before. So I remain disgusted with this commission. Fire Chief Moore.
Thank you. Next, we have Paula Miner, followed by Ann Fisher. Paula, what items would you like to speak on?
Excuse me, Chief's report, public comment, and item 3, probably A, B, and C.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm going to begin with items 3. All of those items, even including the A, which you didn't identify in the agenda, what RIPA stands for, is the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, where LAPD is supposed to report nationally on racial profiling. But anyhow, all 3 of these, A, B, and C, again, let us know that there is bias, disproportionately anti-Black racial profiling in LAPD, period. And just like our new innovative homeless program, these are things that we've been talking about for years and years. So I'm glad they're on the agenda now. We need further discussion. I understand that we'll have until November 10th to actually have, more than our limited public comment time that you're giving us now. And then I just want to say that these reports also go back to last week when you talked about the bias policing complaints, because 52% of those complaints were made by Black men and 16% were made by Black women, all found unfounded, all, just turned away. To the chief, I just want to say your racial diversity efforts are very interesting as you walk and go around the community saying how good LAPD is going to be. But I think if you want to improve, some of the things that you need to look at and talk to your officers about are falsifying reports and data, stealing guns and not returning them, putting fake names in the gang database, continuing these stops based on racial profiling, and then using excessive violence on people in crowds, whether they're protesters or celebrants, and then saying you didn't do it, that people just make these things up. So, when you talk about the image to the community, your public image, these are some things you need to begin on right away. And then lastly, for public comment, I again want to mention that this 45 time limit is too short. It allows approximately 15 people to speak. and it really is cutting out impact and input. I do want to say too that I noticed that you allow people to come and praise Chief Moore and talk negatively about Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is not on your agenda. So when people speak of that, you should call them out of order, as you frequently do us. And if these people want to help Chief Moore, they need to help him get LAPD organized, get rid of the corruption, and improved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ann Fisher, followed by P. Miller. Ann Fisher, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Yes, I'd like to speak on the chief's report and the inspector general and the mental health care and public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
In regard to the chief's report dealing with public safety, I read more about this BOLA wrap, and they have been practicing supposedly using it in LAPD where it shoots out a rope like Spidey Man. I'd like to know more about how the trials went with that use and if that could be a tool used instead of the gun and murders that we're seeing on our citizens. As far as the inspector general, Ms. Decker asked that he was to contact me about my case where police reports were misstated, mischaracterized, not filed, evidence was not collected, and I've yet to be interviewed by a very serious domestic violence situation that I know nobody wants to hear about anymore, but I'm still living with these incidences occurring, and I've had police involved within being part of the stalking and harassment towards me, rats thrown in my path, computer violations. The abuse that I've suffered over the last 6 years is terrifying. And I've even had police tell me, and this is one of the problems, that they're scared to take my report. They don't want their names on the report. They're scared of retaliation by other officers if they get involved in my case. And our officers, if they're scared to do their job by other officers, we need to understand why there's so much corruption in the police, how we can weed out the corruption and how we can stop so that everybody can stop feeling fearful, because fear creates danger and danger creates all these situations that we're now seeing move forward. So also the mental health care. During the part of my domestic abuser's revenge upon me, he had a 5150 put on me. I was taken out of my sleeping bed. It was terrifying. The hospital workers let me go almost immediately. They realized this. I was told by the police, who refused even to this day to give me reports on why they took me and who signed this order. They said it wasn't an illegal hold. It was in error because they didn't realize that a restraining order had been placed on my abuser, who probably had filed the report. So we need to be very careful with these 5150 holds. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have P. Miller, followed by Cheryl S. P. Miller, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Yes, 1 and 2.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Chief, for the continued efforts for safety equipment for officers, and please continue to advocate for the shared responsibility for the homeless and mentally ill from LA agencies and politicians. And to the commissioners, the LAPD is not the same department it was 25 years ago. LAPD led the way nationally for reform over the years to become a greatly diverse, better trained, and a better engaged department by implementing the community policing philosophy and lowering crime. Community policing and the superb work done by senior lead officers not only inspired the neighborhood prosecutor program, but actually led to the successful community safety partnerships in specific areas 10 years ago. We need Chief Moore leading the LAPD, not politicians trying to reinvent the wheel to save their political careers. LAPD should be applauded for continuous improvement and outreach through community police academies, coffee with a cop, youth programs, cadets, and gang interventionists. This police commission has been silent for too long, and silence is interpreted as agreement. It would be appropriate to have heard fair and balanced truth from the police commission about the LAPD and its historical challenges, mistakes, and yes, accomplishments. Certain groups Politicians and media try to paint all officers negatively and with one broad stroke. And isn't that prejudice? Isn't that biased community perception? Isn't that lack of transparency in the media? Paid agitators or groups with their own political agendas who loot and destroy someone's livelihood or advocate harm to those in law enforcement? No, this police commission needs to have a more visible and vocal presence. If you do not, your silence can be deadly for officers and community members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Cheryl S., followed by Susie Espinoza. Cheryl S., you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Chiefs report 3C and general comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
According to the crime statistics, homicide is up 25%, shooting victims are up 23%, arrests are down 25%, and firearms seized are down 24%. There is definitely a correlation here. Can't you see it? At a time where crime is increasing, it is complete foolishness to defund the police. We need more officers, not less, and we also need those officers able to be proactive. Okay, let's talk about racism. It is wrong to say or assume that all cops are racist. LAPD is very diverse and representative of our city, with 70% being minorities and or women. If people of color are being pulled over more than, let's say, Caucasians, it's not because cops are racist. It's because more people are pulled over in high crime areas where there are gangs, which happen to be areas populated with people of color. So please stop assuming racism, because in a way that is racist when you just look at an officer's skin color and judge him or her by that. And I truly believe cops will help protect anyone despite their skin color. 3C, I disagree with the consent to search verbal advisement form. By the time the form is presented and signed, evidence could be destroyed or disposed of. This also puts an officer in danger since they can't pat down a suspect for weapons first. And then general comment, I pray for our officers daily. They risk their lives every day, and this is truly honorable. Us citizens want and need law and order, not anarchy. We need you, LAPD, and I believe police are a blessing from God to protect those who do right and to punish those who do wrong. Please give them all available tools to do their jobs effectively and safely. I agree with some other callers that officers should not be within striking distance of any of these protesters. They get too close to them, they're yelling in their faces, and they should have space, especially in the age of COVID. I mean, what happened to 6 feet distance? So give these officers that distance. Again, are you ready for next week after the election for rioting and looting, vandalism, fire set, assaults? Beverly Hills PD sent out notices to businesses to board up their windows the day before, and all their officers will be on duty 12 hours on, 12 hours off. Please be ready with all resources available to keep our city and businesses safe. God bless each officer and put a hedge of protection around them to return home to their loved ones. Defend, not defund the LAPD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is B. Nonst, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, this is Stacy Dawson Stearns. I just had to use another name to make sure I got through. Hi, Moore. Looking at...
What items would you like to speak on? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'd like to speak on 3C, the Chiefs report and general public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, 3C, after a week after releasing the report saying that 734 complaints of bias policing and 0 found to be legit, your own data shows that you stop Black people at a highly disproportionate rate. You cannot racially profile Black people and then say that you are not running a biased police department. To the caller who just called in, yes, you are racist. Just to let you know, it's racist to say that Black and brown people should be pulled over more because they live in gang-infested neighborhoods and it's all their fault. You are a total piece of shit. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry about that digression. Chiefs report, your officers don't wear masks. That's why they have COVID. Are you fucking kidding me? We don't care. I cannot feel sorry for people who do not respect or the law. That's your fault. You shouldn't even be reporting on it. Why don't you talk to your officers and tell them to wear masks? Commissioners, you are a shame. You're a shameful gallery of soulless cadavers. I can hardly even stand to look at you, but I'm going to continue to look at you. I look at you every single week. I can't believe, Bonner, that you're wearing such a ball gag and you don't just open up, man. Wake up. Your life depends on this. You're sitting with people who don't care about you. They don't care about the law. They don't care about the public. That's it. Okay, mental wellness. The mental wellness issue that needs to be addressed here is the mental wellness of this commission. There is a distinct lack of empathy that is bordering on something that is so dangerous. I almost feel like it's a dangerous amount of lack of empathy that you're displaying, and your justification for your behavior is spinning out of control. You're the ones who need some help. Let's get more help for everybody. Okay, the elements within the crowd engaging these riotous acts, those are you. Those are your people. So out of the $500,000 of damage that you're talking about in your report, is that the price tag on William Gonzalez's right eye? Is that the dollar amount you put on someone's vision? A kid who's standing there and gets shot in the face by one of your officers, and you cannot even include that in a report. You are incapable of addressing the violence that is perpetrated daily by your officers. You're incapable of policing yourselves. You're incapable of reporting on yourselves. And commissioners, I would dare you to stop engaging in open conversations with more. You go to breakfast. You text each other during difficult meetings. It's all in public record. We see it all. This body is a joke. You should all be ashamed of yourself. And I can't even talk anymore. I'm so angry, but I'm looking at you all and I want to say, I yield my time and go fuck yourselves and get the words reimagine public safety out your goddamn mouths till you do something about it.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Steve Rogers, followed by Betty Lay. Steve Rogers, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Yes, thank you. 1, 2, and 3B.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, let me address the racist that just spoke. I'm tired of listening to professional political activists that don't represent the community. Stop pretending you represent the community. You don't. Okay, the people who used to go to the police commission meetings in person could not go because activists would.
Please address your comments.
That's my time. I have 1 minute to public comment, and this is what the public comment is.
Actually, sir, I was a little delayed on unmuting my microphone earlier, but I must ask all speakers, address your comments to the jurisdiction of the commission, not about other comments people are making. I'm going to enforce that rule very strictly, and the next person who does it will just move on to the next speaker. So Mr. Rogers, please address your comments to matters in front of the commission.
Okay, I'm talking about the race issue. The race issue is brought up every time by Chief Moore with his politically correct racial verbiage that is basically virtue signaling. The LAPD is made up of, so I don't like to use the word minority. It doesn't apply in the city. There's no such thing as a majority. So when we talk about the racial equity, and we talk about, for example, the disproportionate stops of Black and brown people, I want you to go behind a car today as you're driving and tell me if you can tell what the race of the driver is before you make your stop for the violation of going through a red light or a stop sign or whatever it has to be. Can you see what the race of the person is? So let's stop using the fiction of racism on the LAPD. It's just not true, okay? I'm not saying it doesn't exist at all. Nobody sees everything all the time. But when you keep perpetuating this LAPD is racist, that in itself is inaccurate and racist. They come in one color, blue, okay? They're out there and they're looking at behaviors. They're not looking to stop someone because they're Black or they're brown. Now, if you look at the crime reports, which will be the basis for police actions, okay, they're looking for people who committed crimes. 90% of the people listed as suspects by the victims, not by the LAPD, are Black and brown. So that's reality. So let's stop with the nonsense of the fantasy. Keep the 6-foot distance, especially next week when you have these so-called protests. And let's not kid ourselves. They're not protests. This is a revolution. You can see it in the signage. You can see it in the behavior. They are out there to destroy property and to create disorder. The revolution, that's what it is. There may be people who are out there peacefully protesting, but there are a lot who are not. So let's not have that fantasy continue. For alternative dispatching, police commissioners, get out there yourselves and go out there with those unarmed teams and see what it's like. Stop just talking about it, actually live it and experience it so you know what you're talking about. Sending people into harm's way, dealing with people with mental illness is dangerous. The LAPD is well trained to deal with those people, and things happen, and thank you for my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Kim.
Thank you. And a reminder to all speakers, I'm not going to give warnings at all from this point forward. You speak, please, to the matters before this commission. Do not address the comments made by any other speaker. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. The time is yours as long as you are addressing the commission as to matters that are before this commission within the jurisdiction of the commission. Otherwise, we will just move on to the next speaker. So, Madam Secretary, I'm sorry, please, next speaker.
Okay, Betty Lay, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3C.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. First off, with the chief's report, people need to understand that he does not have the authority and the decision. You need to go to the mayor and city council. Also on C3, I totally disagree with that. That's not right. And I would like to challenge all police commissioners to do ride-alongs, to attend and go through FOSS and attend the Citizens Academy so you know what's going on, not just reading data. And with public comment, I just want everyone to be safe, stay healthy, get your information right before you speak in public comment. Please, I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD. May they all be healthy and stay safe, and everybody get on the same page. This is really ticking me off, especially when Commissioner Bonner keeps saying transparency. Well, the police commissioners aren't providing transparency. Get on the same page, please. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kim, followed by Angelino. Kim, you're on. What items would you like to speak on? Kim?
Why don't we
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I wanted to see if it's possible to give my time to Melina.
We will proceed in order. Either use your time or we'll go to the next caller in line, please.
Okay. I would like to comment on the chief's report, item 3C, and a general comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'm really surprised that you guys are going with the 734 complaints of bias policing and 0 of those complaints were justified. Racism is a problem in this country. It's a problem in this city. It's a problem in the county, and it's absolutely a problem in the police department. When I have to have the talk with my child about interacting with the police so he doesn't get shot and killed, racism is a problem. So why would it be that the police department has no racism issues, especially when your own data shows the reverse? 52% of bias policing complaints were made by Black men, 16% Black women. Almost
75% of all the complaints of bias policing in 2019 were made by Black people you pulled over, searched at a rate 3 times more than the population citywide, and you inexplicably blame it on Black tourism, which is completely ridiculous. You need to, and we don't actually really care what race the police are. Police are police. They treat Black people the same, regardless of whether they're Black or not. I don't really care. What we want is for you to stop lying in your reports. The second thing is, my general public comment is I'm really disappointed by this administration since I've moved to LA County about 16 years ago. You do not, for a liberal city, you do not put the health, well-being, and safety of your communities first. I'm excited to hear about this mental health thing. I hope that goes well. But the way that you have allowed LAPD to continue to kill Black and brown people with no consequence, more than any other jurisdiction in this country, so that the police just keep doing it over and over again. Since George Floyd, they keep killing us. And they yet spend no jail time. They still have their jobs. This has to stop. I have to worry about my own child who is afraid of the police because of what's happened. All of my friends, I'm worried about all of their Black and brown kids. This is because the police are looking at Black and brown people differently. They're policing the areas, Black and brown areas, differently. That's the reason why we want the police to be defunded. They are not making us safe. They are making us more traumatized, and they're making us worried about our children. We don't need them in our communities. We can police ourselves. We can have our own community organizations to protect ourselves. And all of these nonviolent issues need to be taken away.
Thank you. Next, we have Angelino, followed by Gina. Angelino, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on the chief report, public comments, and 3A.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So there was a memorial last Saturday, October 24th, to honor the 626 Angelinos who were killed by LA law enforcement since 2012. Families were walking with tombstones to demonstrate the magnitude of the victims by law enforcement. We were peaceful, unarmed, families with children, and your neighbors. We were met with aggressive police and riot gear that escalated fear instead of protecting the crowd. 626 is more than just a number. These are Angelinos who have loved ones carrying their pain and memories. The list of victims have grown just in the last couple of weeks. Most of these victims needed mental health support, not officers with guns. Deaths haven't stopped because these officers are still working and still hunting in our streets. They've lost the trust from the communities they're supposed to serve. We need officers and mental health specialists to de-escalate situations. We ask that you protect the victims and their families as you do for your officers. They deserve justice and closure. We demand for the firing and prosecution of each officer who's executed and took an Angelino's life. We don't want these predators to be roaming our communities. No more qualified immunity for officer misconducts. Take away officer pensions if they get out of line. There are too many names to mention in 1 to 3 minutes. We will keep calling because each victim deserves more than a moment of your time. We will not forget. Say their names.
We can not hear any, if you're playing a recording, we cannot hear anything. Have you concluded your remarks?
No, I have not.
You have about 50 seconds left. If you're not going to speak, we'll move to the next speaker.
These are the victims of the law enforcement. Please give them their time.
We are not hearing anything on our end. Angelina, we are not hearing anything. If you're not going to speak, we'll move to the next caller. Very well, Madam Secretary, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but let's move to the next speaker, please.
Okay, next speaker is Gina Viola, followed by Adam Smith. Gina, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Hi, I just want to make general public comment because I'd like to point out that Dr. Melina Abdullah has not been called to speak the last several weeks in a row. So I don't want to waste the commission.
Please begin the time for Ms. Viola. She asked for 1 minute.
All right, I'm not sure what happened there, but Dr. Abdullah has not been called to speak the last several meetings in a row. And I know that she's had her hand up right at the beginning of the meeting. So I would like to yield my time to her, which I understand you will not do. So, but I want to make sure you understand that it's clear she's not being called on purpose. Mental health crises, we have been in that room talking to you, begging you, telling you LAPD has no business responding to mental health calls. Commissioner Goldsmith, for you to sit and act like you have carried this burden alone of trying to make this happen when the public has been in the room telling you this for years is infuriating.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Adam Smith, followed by T. Adam, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Hi, can I speak on items, all of them?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
All right. I'm gonna start on item 3B. Your own stop data shows the racism in LAPD. 68% of complaints of policing bias come from the Black community, and you straight up call them liars. Your data shows that Black folks are pulled over disparately at 9% of the population. Something smells quite fishy. You blame this on tourism. Come on, Mark Smith. You embrace this. Every point of data shows simply that policing is racist. The data shows the disgust behind your faces. It's plain to see the LAPD's racist. The public you don't represent sees through the madness. That if the foundation of policing is anti-Blackness. Now I'm gonna speak on general public comment and the expectation of this commission for us to speak to all this content. 3 minutes total for 11 items and hundreds of pages. It's clear to me that you clearly hate us. It's plain to see that the LAPD would rather hear anonymously from seagulls flying around dropping shit. Facebook warrior crime busters are invited to your forums to speak praises to your racist forces while your silence impacted voices. The impact shows the disgust behind your faces. It's plain to see the LAPD's racist. The public you don't represent sees through the madness. That the foundation of policing is anti-Blackness.
Madam Secretary, he's concluded. Let's move to the next speaker.
Maybe I haven't.
Okay, thank you. Next we have T. T, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
The chief's report, 3C, and general public comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I'd like to state that on the chief's report, I'd like to uplift Grishario Mack's name. Grishario Mack was having a mental episode and they murdered him. They shot him point blank in the back after he was already down in a crowded Crenshaw Mall with children and families. This is how the LAPD responds to mental health. They murdered him. They even found it out of policy, yet those officers have not been fired or prosecuted. Brother Charlie Africa, same instance. He was murdered by LAPD. So this is how LAPD handles mental health. They murder our folks. We want accountability and we want those officers fired. We want prosecution. 3C, 20 out of 21 LAPD areas stop Black people at a disproportionate rate compared to the percentage of the population they constitute. They did not stop members of any other race at disproportional rate. General public comment. We need to immediately end the 45-minute limit you've imposed on the public comment. We demand that you immediately open up public comment so that everyone has an opportunity to speak freely. This is like the third or fourth week y'all have not called on Dr. Melina Abdullah. This is a blatant act of silencing her. We ask and we demand that you call on her to speak and the rest of the community that you blatantly silenced. That concludes my comments. Good day. And defund the police and fire Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Audrey. Hamid, you're on. What items would you like to speak on?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, I'd like to speak on the Chief's report 3B and general comments.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So in a very clever way, Moore completely glossed over the report today that is going to be presented. And as people are lifting this whole issue around 734 allegations of biased policing and 0 is sustained. And I think what we are forgetting is that if you look at the back of over the last 10 years, those 10 years clearly show, and we did our own record keeping based on the OIG audits and the department reports going back to 2010, that since 2010, I don't know, Bonner, if you've looked at it, there have been 4,862 total reports of biased policing. This is LAPD's own records. And out of the 4,862 since 2010, 0 has been sustained, including 734. And when you do the math, which other speakers have said as well, that over 712,000 stops, and really just in 1 year, when you do the math, that is like less than, I don't know what is 0.000% of even people calling out bias policing, and then 0 sustained. Does that even math equate to you? I mean, does that even make sense that, you know, your OIG is saying clear evidence of racial profiling, but on the flip side, when people claim that they have been biased against, so there's profiling, the department says no, because it's a community of liars. So we will give a much more a bigger response once we have done our analysis of this report on November 10th. But people should know the lies and the litany of deceit that we are seeing right now. Second thing is we're waiting for the suspicious activity reporting audit, the SAR audit for this year, because Mark Smith, we still haven't seen that audit come out. Another evidence of weaponizing and providing people a license to racially profile through the See Something, Say Something program. Then going back to the public records request, we still continue like this 194995 submitted back on September 5th, 2019, and still we are waiting on documentation. Still, your people at your discovery section keep on giving us excuses after excuses after excuses. So it's been about 15 months since we're still waiting on more documents to come our way. And this whole BS about 45 minutes, I mean, this has to stop. And this is something that not only is a violation, I mean, of our rights to be sharing our thoughts and giving our opinion about what's going on and voicing our concerns. This is completely a bullshit way of engaging people. So what you have is a whole bunch of counter-organizing that the Police Foundation is very much actively doing, and that those are the kind of people that you're making time for. So stop the charade.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Audrey, followed by caller ending in 3146. Audrey, what items would you like to speak on?
Yes, the chief's report, public comment, and as many agenda items as I'll have time for.
Okay, 3 minutes.
This is something I brought up before, and I don't think any one of the commissioners has ever addressed it. Today at City Council, there's tremendously important and impactful things on the agenda about that impact the criminalization of houselessness and and the displacement and banishment of homeless people. At the Board of Supervisors also going on right now. There's such important talk about them figuring out ways that they can fire the sheriff. I just have never had an answer from any of the commissioners. Why is it impossible for you to consider changing the date? I would really like to have somebody respond to that. You know, it is so important for activists to be at this meeting. We changed the direction of the discussion. We do make real change. You wouldn't be talking about people with mental health crises and how the LAPD handles it unless you had activists in the room. You wouldn't talk about bias policing, treatment of protesters, abuse of surveillance, respect for civil rights, which is actually the opposite then of searching without consent, by the way. The RIPA report, calling out lies about facial recognition, software, how bike stops are pretextual artificial reasons for searches, disbanding Metro demands. You wouldn't be hearing about that. You wouldn't be talking about these things if it weren't for the activists in the room. You need to banish this 45-minute rule that silences us. You need to realize that not one Black person was given time to speak at the last meeting, and stop the bullshit about how how you're following some sort of absolute rule on who raises their hand first. And you need to change the date of the meeting. The chief's report, acknowledging about protests in the streets. He actually, it sounded like some sort of appreciation. Actually, Shane made a comment about the positive effects of protests in the streets, that we wouldn't be talking about some of these issues if it weren't for protests in the streets. I would like to talk about the nonsense about this donation on the agenda. You have to realize that all the talk about the LAPD's budget is bullshit. When we look at all of the extra money they get that people are not counting as money that is in the LAPD budget, but you allow them to take millions every year in donations, non-monetary, whatever kinds of donations.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is caller ending in 3146, followed by Tanya Rodriguez.
And Madam Secretary, those will be our last two speakers.
Caller ending in 3146, what items would you like to speak
Hello?
on? Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Okay, Chief's report.
Speaker, you've muted your phone. We cannot hear you.
Do you have me?
We hear you now. Which
Hello?
item do you want to speak on?
My apology, everyone. I would like to speak on the chief's report, public comment, and 4D.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thanks. Chief's report. It's just, I get back to the training that happens when people are shooting down the street or, shooting at the protesters, even the plastic bullets, whatever you call it, non-lethal bullets. It's been hard to see. It still goes back down to training. I think it is courageous that they're getting out there to do work when protests come out. I know that nobody wants their place broke into, spray painted and, burnt down, but there's still something going on with the training that doesn't, seem to warrant or even reflect, what we'd like to see. On 4D, probable cause, those words there, that's a real gray area, along with the Connor Supreme Court decision that also seems to line up with California SB 230. It's very lacking. Probable cause, they always say that, it's a gray area, but some of this probable cause is getting people busted when they really actually weren't doing anything. And on public comment, again, I want to caution, this is my comments, but Chauvin, Derek Chauvin, will be found not guilty. So you're going to have riots again, because the way they concocted what they're charging him with is like Zimmerman, where Zimmerman got off.
Can you please talk about matters that are before this commission, that case?
Correct. Let's talk about, all right, 65-year-old Raymond Hernandez. He was shot for 4.5 seconds, and he was shot with 14 to 17 bullets on September 23rd, 2019 at 6:25 p.m. He did not need to be murdered. And you people, the commission is the badge tarnishers. This is the murder approval board. Raymond Hernandez didn't need to be shot for 4.5 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. He was 65 years old. What are you people doing, shooting somebody for 4.5 seconds with 14 bullets in 2019? That's not 2011. It's just last year. Come on. I'm the police chief. You guys stink. The chief, you stink. With the toilet mayor. God, it smells in here. Badge tarnishers, murder approval board. You people need to be taken out to the front to the guillotine. That's what we need to do with the commission. You're the bums, is the commission. You're the murderers. Just because you were married on the steps of City Hall doesn't mean you're not a murderer. Gold.
Okay, thank you. And our final speaker, Tanya Rodriguez. Tanya, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on the chief's report, Inspector General, or sorry, the item 3B and general comment.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Commissioners, I'd like to address this rise in violent crime in our city because it's devastating to see that the trend is still continuing to rise, and this is on your watch. I'd like to ask our commissioners, why are we still thinking of further defunding the LAPD when faced with these statistics? On the contrary, the commission and the city leaders should be doing everything they can to increase police presence in affected area. As the chief just said, public safety is our priority here. This increase in crime is an injustice to the residents that have to live with these consequences every day. The realignment of Metro has allowed for criminals to take over the streets of South Los Angeles. Look at what's happened to the rates of violent crime in South LA. Look what's happened to the number of homicides. Do you know how many people died last night in South LA? Why is no one saying their names? Why does no one care about them? Why the city would think that taking out their most effective and proven method of suppressing violent crime in LA, which was Metro Division, is beyond me. Look what's happened since they've been gone. This is only a taste of what's to come. Please put Metro back in South LA. Let them get guns off the streets so less people are shot and less people are killed. It's very simple. Having more guns on the street equals more shootings and more homicides. We need Metro there to get these guns off the streets and out of the hands of criminals. Going to the Inspector General report, Black residents make up 9% of the population of LA, but what the report doesn't mention is that in 2019, 44% of the violent crime in the city was committed by 4.5% of the population of LA, which is Black males. So I'm not sure what this report is gonna, do. Are we gonna ask officers to stop pulling over Black people, which they can't really see when they're driving behind them and pulling them over? Are we gonna ask officers to pull over more Asians so it's a more balanced approach? I think the city's resources would be much better spent in actually trying to address the cause of these crimes, and instead of just calling officers racist for doing their jobs in a city that's diverse, but where the crime rates are not so diverse. So please, I just ask, stop using the police as a scapegoat. Stop blaming them for all of society's ills. If you don't do that, nothing is going to change. Please put people over politics. This is your legacy as commissioners. The body count is higher, it's rising, and this is on your watch. Please do the right thing for our residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to everyone who made the effort to come to today's meeting and to present public comment, and to all of those who presented written public comment. The written public comment is now being placed online rather than being summarized during our meetings. It is redacted for all of the email addresses and then placed online. All public comment received at the appropriate email address has been redacted, will be placed online for public viewing. And that's the process that we will be following, and all commissioners receive the public comment the night before the commission meeting. With respect to some of the comments made, there were some questions regarding ongoing investigations, particularly involving individuals who may have been hurt during protests. Those investigations continued and will be reported on when those investigations are complete. Bola Wrap was brought up. That is a pilot project that this commission previously approved. When the pilot is over, there'll be a report back on the status of that. I'd ask the Inspector General's office to please follow up with the speaker who talked about allegations of domestic violence and that her report had not yet been taken. There was questions regarding a public records request 19-4995. I previously asked the department to advise me of the status, and they did. The response is that the request was initially made September 5th, 2019. 20 files have been released containing 113 PDF documents. Many of those documents are multi-page, accounting for hundreds of pages of documents released to date. The last release of documents was on October 13th, 2020, and this request is continuing to be worked on a rolling basis as they are received and reviewed. Based upon my review, it does appear that the department is working diligently in responding to that, although admittedly, perhaps it's not as fast as anyone would like. We do call on people here in order. The commissioners nor commission staff control the order. It comes in when we open up the room and people put their hands up, and people will be called on in order. If you do not have the opportunity to speak, you can submit your written public comment to the email addresses provided. I will add that this commission remains committed to doing its job fairly and impartially. This commission is not silent. This commission is very active. People spend a lot of time in meetings, doing its due diligence, attending meetings, and being informed. And we will continue to do our work in a fair and impartial way. Now we will proceed on our agenda. However, before we get started, I'd like to just make a brief comment acknowledging one of the commission staff members who just coincidentally happens to be on our visible on our panel this morning, Ava Vega, who's a senior management analyst too and serves on the commission's staff. Just coincidentally, Mr. Tiefenk was not able to attend today's meeting, but it is Ms. Vega's last commission meeting. She is retiring after 40 years of service to the city of Los Angeles, 20 of which have been with the police commission. She started her career in the city in 1980 as a clerk typist and worked her way up to be a senior management analyst too. Many people may not know Ava. She works, as many might say, behind the scenes, but she, like so many city employees, are critical to the work of the city and the work of this commission. And Ava has been absolutely outstanding in her role. She works diligently every day to make this city a better place. And certainly she has made the commission a wonderful place to work, always present with a smile, helpful, dedicated, a true public service servant. And I would like to thank her for her 40 years of service on behalf of the people of the city of Los Angeles. Ava, thank you very much. And we wish you much continued success and good health as you carry on and take on the next part of your journey. Congratulations to you. The city is indebted. With that, let's turn to our regular agenda items. Commissioners, Madam Secretary, we are having two presentations, and commissioners, we're going to be hearing presentations on 3 reports, all of which have been part of the agenda. The RIPA and the LA Police Department summary report, and the technical report prepared by the California Policy Lab, and then a review of stops conducted by the LA Police Department in 2019 by the Office of Inspector General. Commissioners, I would ask that we hear both reports and then proceed to questions. So first, Madam Secretary, if you can bring the representatives of the LA Policy Lab, Emily Owens and Jacqueline Rosenquist, who I believe are prepared to present today. And then when they have concluded, I'll ask for the representatives of the Inspector General's office to come forward. I see Ms. Owens is up, and now Ms. Rosenquist. Welcome to you both. If you open your microphones and your cameras, if you could, and begin when you're ready.
Yes, if you could actually enable screen sharing, I can also then control the presentation.
Okay, so you need to present your presentation to the Secretary of the Commission. Madam Secretary, I'll trust that you can handle this with Ms. Owens.
Yes, I have your PowerPoint. If you just let me know when you want the next slide.
Okay, that works too. All right. So my name is Dr. Emily Owens. I'm a professor of criminology, law and society, and economics at the University of California, Irvine, and a faculty affiliate of the California Policy Lab. The report I'm here to talk about was prepared by myself and Ms. Jacqueline Rosenquist, who is a PhD student in economics at the University of California, Irvine. Next slide. So at the request of the LAPD, could you advance to the next slide, please? Thank you. Ms. Rosenquist and I analyzed data collected by the LAPD as part of the 2015 Racial and Identity Profiling Act, or RIPA. The LAPD provided the CPL with information on the RIPA stops of 939,000.
Ms. Owens, I'm sorry. Can I ask you just to slow it down a little bit so we can?
Sure. Yes, I'm a super fast talker. Okay.
We got that. If you could slow it down just a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah. Between July of 2018 and October of 2019. This was in order to better understand the magnitude, scope, and sources of racial and ethnic disparities in civilian police contact in LA. In order to better contextualize these stops on a large scale, we linked the location of each stop using the identifiers in the RIPA data with population data from the American Community Survey, violent crimes known to the LAPD, the racial and ethnic composition of victims of violent crime, information on the racial and ethnic makeup of criminal suspects known to the LAPD, and officer level data on TEAMS incidents, which is the LAPD's early warning system. And we were able to link 87% of the stops in RIPA to these other data sources. And based on my experience working with geo-identified criminal justice data, this is a reasonably high match rate, and our analysis was based on these linked stops. Next slide, I'll highlight some of our more impactful findings. First, RIPA stops are less concentrated than violent crimes known to the LAPD. These two maps divide census tracts in LA into 4 equal groups. The darker tracks on the left are areas where there are the most RIPA stops, and darker tracks on the right are where there are the most violent crimes known to the LAPD. And it's clear that violence is correlated with stops, but there are many parts of Los Angeles that are not in the top tier of violence, but are in the top tier of police-civilian interaction. Next slide. We then used multivariate regression analysis to better understand why stops took place where they did at both the census tract and station level. The graph on the left shows the average number of times that a Black, Latinx, or white person is stopped per 100 residents per LAPD station. And so for every 100 Black people living in a station's jurisdiction, 12.4 were stopped over the 16-month period. And this is almost 3 times the stop rate for Latinx or white residents. In the middle set of bars, we estimated the average number of times residents would be stopped in a hypothetical LA neighborhood that had an average level of violent crime and equal victimization rates across identity groups. Residents of this hypothetical average and equal neighborhood would still have very disparate stop rates. The most important source of the disparity in stop rates that we observe on the left appears to be spatial and demographic differences in suspects known to the LAPD. In an average and equal LA neighborhood where suspect identity was also constant across groups, 7.5 Black people would be stopped per 100 residents compared to 7 Latinx people and 6.1 white people. Now, what this tells us is that variation in who is officially recorded as a suspect by the LAPD is of central importance in understanding disparities in stop rates. And if the LAPD does not want to exacerbate or perpetuate unjust disparities, it should confirm that variation in suspect identity is truly warranted rather than the data itself being a product of racial or societal bias. Next slide. So we then turned to what happens after a stop, and I attempted to explain variation in who is searched. So on average, across stations, 29% of Black people who are stopped, 28% of Latinx people, and 18% of white people who are stopped are searched. And again, in a hypothetical equal and average neighborhood, Black and white people would be searched at roughly the same rates, but Latinx people would be searched slightly less often, about 2 percentage points less frequently. This is also true when we adjust for the composition of suspects. We then distinguish between 2 different types of searches that are made primarily based on an officer's own decision. We call these discretionary stops, but then also searches that an officer conducts because they're required or allowed by policy. These non-discretionary searches are primarily searches conducted pursuant to an arrest or because someone is on parole or probation. And we found that a stopped Black individual had a 14% chance of being searched for a discretionary reason and was roughly equally likely to be searched for a policy-driven reason. And white people who were stopped, in contrast, had a 9% chance of being searched because an officer decided to do so, and a 10% chance of being searched because an officer was encouraged or directed to do so by policy. All right, so based on my opinion of the evidence on how officers respond to training and also policy changes, I think that the LAPD should consider the role of current policies and common practices along with individual officer decision-making in generating racial disparities in search rates in Los Angeles. Next slide. So we found that searches conducted of white people were on average roughly equally likely to yield contraband as searches of Latinx people, and 11% more likely to yield contraband than searches of Black people. As in the search rate itself, variation in violence known to the LAPD and variation in the composition of victims of suspects doesn't really explain this disparity. And while policy, that officer decision versus policy direction, contributes to disparities in both searches and hit rates, policy also appears to increase hit rates overall. These searches are 5 percentage points more likely to yield contraband for all people than searches conducted because an officer had reasonable and individualized suspicion that someone had engaged in criminal activity. Next slide. The last thing that I will highlight is how RIPA aligns with the LAPD's current system to monitor officer behavior, known as TEAMS, which is not intended to flag potential racial or ethnic bias. Based on the rate at which an officer was flagged as being at high risk of potentially problematic behavior relative to their peers, we divided officers in each station into 4 equal groups, those with the lowest, low, high, and highest Teams incident rates. In the upper left-hand side of the graph on the right, we plot the number of white people searched per white suspect against the number of Black people searched per Black suspect among officers in each station with the lowest Teams incidents. If the search rates across Black and white people were exactly the same, all stations would fall on this yellow line. And what these graphs show is that officers who are the least likely to be flagged in Teams, which are the top 2 rows, these officers also have the most equal search rates. Officers who are flagged the most frequently in Teams, particularly in the 11th, 13th, and 18th stations, also tend to search more Black or Latinx people than white people, even accounting for variation in suspects in the LAPD. And this is visible if you look at the bottom 2 rows where stations 13, 12, and 18 are very, very far below that yellow line for these officers who are flagged the most frequently. And what this suggests is that disparities in search rates as recorded in RIPA are correlated with other behaviors that the LAPD already monitors officers for. At this point, I'll conclude, and Jacqueline and I are happy to answer any questions about the RIPA analysis that we conducted. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Much appreciated. Are you able to stay while the Inspector General presents, or would you like to take questions now?
You know what? I should be able to stay. We're currently in a little bit of a quarantine because of the Irvine fire, but I should be good for the next half hour or so. Thank you.
Tell you what, why don't we open it up for Commissioner questions now? Just
Great. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we don't want to add any additional stress. We are very grateful for you for coming today. Commissioners, may I ask you if you have questions for the California Policy Lab? I'll ask just a couple of very broad-based questions, if you don't mind, Doctor, because I have read your reports, and thank you very much. I'm not sure if you have had an opportunity to read the Inspector General's report or get briefed on it at all? No?
No, I've been in some of the meetings where I've heard their sort of preliminary findings, but I haven't had a chance to read the report, no.
Okay. So then I'd like to ask, I'm trying to get a better understanding of the correlation that you made between the RIPA data and the Teams reports. And I'm trying to understand how that took place. I've gone through that a number of times and I wasn't quite clear, and I'm curious, did you account for, did you look at officers overall, or did you look at officers based on their assignments, like for patrol, traffic, gang unit, metro, et cetera, or was it all officers that were looked at?
Yeah, it was all officers. So for each officer, what we did was identify how many times they were flagged in Teams, which does compare them to a peer group, is my understanding, right? So officers, that should be sort of a within assignment comparison based on the way Teams operates. And compared, so we basically calculated for however long an officer had been employed by the LAPD, we calculated how many Teams incidents had been generated for that officer over the course of their period of working for the LAPD. And then within each station, we divided officers into 4 equal groups. So that does take into account officers who are working the same types of shifts, because that's what Teams does.
Right, right, okay. I'm going to dive into that a little deeper, Doctor, and I may need to follow up with you a few specific questions because that is the area that I'm most interested in reviewing based on your findings and your report. Commissioners, I do want to open it up. I didn't want to hog the floor because I know the doctor has limited time. Any questions for the doctor? Commissioner Bonner.
My first question is actually for you, Commissioner Decker. It's a process question. Is this our only bite at the apple relative to I know the IG will be with us over the next couple of weeks while these matters are open for public comment, but
I believe Dr. Owens will be available to us for questions and follow up. But I think this will be the only time she'll be at a public meeting, would be my expectation. I don't expect her to come back on November 17th.
Okay, all right. Well then, in that regard, I had some questions that I can send separately, but the broad question just in terms of comparing, I'm trying to compare some of the information in the IG's report and your report. I think you indicated that you hadn't had the opportunity to go all the way through the IG's report as of yet. Mm-hmm. But can you speak really just to the issue of benchmarking and is that something that's driven? I'm trying to also understand. So the IG, I'm just letting you know, I'll ask you to comment on this as well. Is that approach which has been the topic of a lot of conversation relative to data generally, but in this area in particular. Is that something that's driven by and mandated by the RIPA statute, or is it something that did you select an approach that guided your analysis?
Yeah, so the RIPA report doesn't, or the RIPA commission at the state level doesn't mandate that individual agencies conduct any particular type of analysis. Benchmarking is one of 3 really sort of common workhorse methods of trying to think about racial disparities and potential sources of racial bias in social sciences. So the other 2 are conducting what's known as a veil of darkness test, where you look at officer actions when suspect identity is visible versus less visible. And also a hit rate analysis, which is a little bit of that, comparing the probability that a search results in the finding of contraband versus not. If we're searching a bunch of people, but hit rates are lower, that tends to suggest that people are subject to sort of different decision rules, essentially. So benchmarking, which is what we did, what we were sort of focused on, is one of those 3 methods. The interesting thing about benchmarking is, the goal is to try to figure out how many people were at risk of being stopped, or what was an officer really aware of when they were deciding who am I going to stop or who am I going to search. If you use the general population, that as a benchmark, so you look at the number of stops and how that compares to the general population, that tends to overestimate the amount of disparities or bias in an individual officer's decision, because the reason someone is potentially going to be stopped by an officer, right? That has to do with, from social science, we know their education level, the job opportunities available to them, all of these societal differences that will result in differences in behavior and thus in suspicion across identity groups. And when you use population as a benchmark to compare stops, you're sort of attributing all of the biases in society to an officer's decision. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, I understand the concept, and that's
Mm-hmm.
part of why I wanted to make sure I understood which of those was the framework that you used. I had the impression that many of these reports, including potentially the Inspector General's, were largely based on census data, and and so I'm trying to understand if, as I go back and review that report and this one, how I get to kind of an apples and apples.
Yeah, so we use census data. We also used as a benchmark the composition of violent crime victims. We know from national census survey data that victims and offenders tend to be in the same type of identity group. And so we might then expect that if 50% of crime victims are Black, then we might think that roughly 50% of offenders are also Black. And then we use the suspects known to the LAPD as a benchmark. And what you can notice in the report, one of our main findings was that whether or not you use victims or suspects really matters a lot for your estimate of disparities, which then tells me that's what led us to our second conclusion, that I think it would be very helpful to really understand where that suspect identity is coming from. Because based on the National Crime Victimization Survey, data collected by the census on the relationship between victims and offenders, my prior was that it shouldn't really matter that much, if we use the composition of victims or if we use the composition of suspects. Yeah, so that's something I would encourage the commission to explore further.
Thank you. I wanted to ask then the chief quickly, it was just relative to the department, and you probably appreciate better than I would some of the nuance of what the professor is describing. Is the department, what is your thought about the methodology and approach in the RIPA report versus the IG report, and do you have any concerns or anything that's personal?
Mr. Bonner, if you wouldn't mind, if we can get to questions of the chief after we've let Dr. Owens and
whatever you want. I'm done. Thank you.
I'd appreciate that because I know they're short on time.
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
And then other commissioners, did you have questions for the California Policy Lab representatives? Please.
I appreciate the work. I read the report, but I want to hold my questions. I know it may not be convenient for today, but I want to hold them to read both reports in context and how they complement each other, and where there are any discrepancies. So the fact that I don't have specific questions to meet today's time crunch doesn't mean I don't appreciate what they've done.
Of course, and thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. I imagine, Dr. Owens, that particularly after all the commissioners have an opportunity to hear the presentation of the Inspector General, today's the first day as a commission that we're hearing all of these reports. I imagine all the commissioners want to come back with a few questions to you to be sure that we're understanding how they correlate to each other. And as you know, this is the first, your report and the Inspector General's report is the first comprehensive review of stop data since the implementation of the Racial and Identity Profiling Act passed in 2015. The collection began in July of 2018. So this is the first chance that the Commission has had to see a detailed comprehensive review. And I do imagine before we come back on the 19th that commissioners may have additional questions for you and the Inspector General. So Dr. Owens, we're very grateful for you and your time and your presentation today. And Ms. Rosenquist, soon to be Dr. Rosenquist, thank you both for your work. Are there any other questions from commissioners before I allow these two presenters? Well, thank you, and thank you to the California Policy Lab for everything that you've done. We greatly appreciate your analysis, and I think after we hear from the Inspector General, we'll have many more questions. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course, I'm very happy to respond to questions that you have at a later point in time. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you for your availability, Doctor. Very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Right.
All right, thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for that. I had hoped we could ask questions all at the same time of the IG and the California Policy Lab, but I understand their timing did not correlate to that. And I didn't want to rush the Inspector General's presentation. With that, if I could ask the Board Secretary to bring up representatives of the Inspector General's office who will be presenting, and Mr. Smith, I imagine you want to introduce them, but I do want to thank the Office of Inspector General for this report that the Commission requested. I believe it's been almost 9 months in the making, if I have my timeline right. And as I said, it's the first comprehensive report between this and the California Policy Lab that the Commission has seen on stop data since the implementation of RIPA. And certainly while this is the first comprehensive review and report that we have seen, it certainly cannot be the last. It's the reason RIPA was passed in California, was not just to collect the data, but to analyze it, and then for action to be taken as a result of the findings and the analysis of the data to ensure that policing is done as fairly and equitably throughout our city as is possible. So with that, Mr. Smith, why don't you introduce the presenters today? And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker, and good morning, everyone. And just a very quick thank you as well from us to the California Policy Lab for their work on such an important issue. And just a very brief well wishes to anyone who is dealing with the impact of the fires going on throughout Southern California right now. The Office of the Inspector General was directed by this commission to conduct an in-depth analysis of detentions or stops by the department. As has been sort of alluded to previously, we analyzed the RIPA data that was collected in all of LAPD stops in the calendar year of 2019. That amounted to more than some 700,000 stops of individuals during that time period. In addition, however, we also conducted a qualitative assessment that included a detailed video review of a large sample of stops from across the department. The goal of all of this for us was to identify and better understand disparities in stop practices, including those across races, as well as we looked at genders and age and some other demographics as well. Our report did identify some significant disparities. We felt that they exist across different parts of the city, as well as different segments of the department. They are involved with stops themselves, as well as post-stop activities. To get into more detail, in a moment, I'm just going to introduce our Assistant Inspector General, Camelia Naguib, who is the lead on this project. But before I do that, I hope you'll indulge me just to give a quick thank you to her staff, the audit section of the Office of the Inspector General, all of whom participated in the production of this report, including review of cases, crafting of language, proofreading of the document, and in particular, Sam Colina and Jennifer Gomez, who did a great deal of work on this project. I just want to acknowledge them all. To give you an overview of exactly what it was we found with regard to those disparities that I mentioned a moment ago, and what recommendations that we have for the department in addressing those disparities with the knowledge that they have a great impact on various parts of the community. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Naguib, who led the project.
Good morning. We do have a PowerPoint, so if we could pull that up, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about the scope of the project and then provide a brief overview of the data as well as our findings and recommendations. If we could go to the next slide, please. As the IG mentioned, this project had two components. For the first, we downloaded and analyzed the department stop records for the year 2019 with a particular focus on officer-initiated stops or stops that were not marked as being due to a call for service. These made up approximately 94% of all stops. In examining this data, our goal was to look at who was being stopped, what they were being stopped for, what occurred during the stop, and what the outcome of the stop was. We also worked to identify and better understand any disparities, particularly racial disparities, in these factors. The second part of our project was a qualitative review of 190 stop videos. Our goal in reviewing these was to assess the accuracy of the associated stop report, also known as the AFDR or Automated Field Data Report, and to evaluate the basis for any stops and searches that occurred during the incident. To accomplish this, we selected two primary samples of stops for our review. The first sample was selected from all officer-initiated stops department-wide, other than those conducted by Metropolitan Division or Metro. And the second sample was selected from those stops in 2019 that resulted in a person being entered into the CalGang system. I will note that since our review, the department has terminated its use of that system. As a result, our review of these cases focused primarily on the stop and any searches taken during the incident. We also conducted a supplemental review of a series of Metro stops that were conducted in 2019 for a total of about 183 stops. Next slide, please. So this slide provides a general overview of officer-initiated stops based on the reason for the stop. As you can see, there were about 672,000 people stopped for across nearly 600,000 individual stop incidents. Of those people stopped, about 77% were stopped due to a suspected traffic violation, such as a driving or moving violation, equipment issue, or problems with a person's license or registration. 19% of stops were documented as having been due to reasonable suspicion of a crime. These suspected crimes range from minor code violations to more serious felonies such as assault, burglary, or robbery. The remaining 4% were listed as being for other reasons, such as parole or probation checks, information that the stopped person was a possible danger to themselves or others, a want or warrant, a consensual encounter involving a search, or a possible truancy. Next slide, please. This slide provides a little bit more detail about the specific reason that a person was stopped. As you can see, these top 15 reasons, most of which were fairly minor, make up about 70% of all the reasons that people were stopped in 2019. The most common stop reason was an issue with the vehicle's registration, followed by an issue with a license plate, speeding, and a cell phone violation. This chart also shows the percent of people that were searched, arrested, or received a citation based on the reason for the stop. When looking at the top few reasons, we found that people were generally more likely to be searched and less likely to get a ticket for regulatory or equipment violations than they were for driving violations. For most of these categories, arrest rates were quite low. Next slide, please. Here we have a geographic look at where stops are occurring. And I know this is something you've already seen in the last presentation. There was significant variation in the number of stops based on location, with the largest number of stops occurring in Central and South LA. For example, Central area had the highest number of stops in 2019 with about 67,000 stops, and West Los Angeles had the lowest with about 15,000. Overall, the 5 LAPD areas with the most officer-initiated stops were Central, 77th Street, Newton, Southeast, and Southwest areas. These areas also reported the highest levels of violent crime, as shown in the chart on the right, although not necessarily in the same order. We noted that Central Division had a very large number of transit-related stops, which numbered about 18,000 stops as compared to all other areas. We also found that the areas with the highest level of violent crime, as might be expected, also had the highest number of stops conducted by gang and metro units. Next slide, please. Next, we looked at stops by race and gender based on the officer's perception. As you can see on this chart, about 46% of people stopped were perceived to be Hispanic or Latino, 27% were perceived to be Black or African American, 18% were perceived to be white, 4% were perceived to be Asian, 4% were perceived to be Middle Eastern or South Asian, and the remaining 1% were documented as having multiple races or ethnicities, or to be Native American or Pacific Islander. About 3/4 of all people stopped were perceived to be male, and 1/4 were perceived to be female. As you can see from the chart, less than 1% were perceived by officers to be transgender or gender nonconforming. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, a primary focus of the OIG's analysis was the identification of racial disparities in the data. The chart on the left shows the breakdown of people who were stopped by the LAPD in 2019, while the chart on the right shows the breakdown of the population of Los Angeles based on census data from 2018. When comparing these two sets of numbers, we noted that people identified as Black were substantially overrepresented in the number of officer-initiated stops made in Los Angeles, while those identified as white or Asian were underrepresented. As has already been discussed, it's important to note that a city's residential population is an inherently imperfect benchmark for stops. First, residential demographics do not indicate the rate at which different groups commit violations, where these violations are committed, or even the rate at which they are observed by police officers. These numbers also do not take into account various deployment decisions or strategies that are made by police departments. These can include, for example, crime suppression strategies that rely on a more intensive focus in stops in high crime neighborhoods. In considering this fact, the OIG's goal was to identify policies, practices, and areas that seem to lead to higher levels of disparity, as well as possible paths to changing these dynamics. Overall, we found that much of the disparity was driven by high rates and stops in areas that had both high levels of violent crime and comparatively high proportions of Black residents. However, even in these areas, and as discussed previously, Black residents were overrepresented in the frequency of stops, including stops for traffic violations and other minor crimes. We noted that traffic stops of white people and some other groups were most likely to be based on driving violations, while traffic stops of Black and Hispanic people were more likely to be based on equipment or regulatory violations. For traffic stops, racial disparities were more pronounced in stops conducted by units that were focused on crime suppression, such as gang or metro units, than those that were specifically focused on traffic enforcement. We also found that units focused on crime suppression were about twice as likely to make stops for equipment or regulatory violations than those other types of units. Next slide, please. We also looked at what happened during the stop, and as has been noted already, there were racial disparities in searches as well as in other post-stop activities. Just to orient you, this chart shows the rate at which people were subjected to various actions by race, as shown at the top of the chart, as well as the initial reason for which they were stopped, which is shown on the left of the chart. So for example, if you look at the second row of data, you can see that within stops made for traffic violations, Black people were searched 22% of the time, while Hispanic people were searched 16% of the time, and white people were searched 4% of the time. This chart also shows the rate at which people were entered onto a field interview card, handcuffed, or removed from the vehicle. In general, people identified as Black or Hispanic, and particularly Black or Hispanic males, were more likely to be the subject of all types of post-stop activity than people identified as white or another race. The data also indicates that racial disparities in post-stop activities were more pronounced in traffic stops, particularly traffic stops that were conducted by non-traffic units, and those conducted in high crime areas. For the top 5 types of violations, all of which were traffic violations, racial disparities in the rate of post-stop activity persisted even when looking at stops for the same type of violation. In discussing this, it's important to emphasize that the rate of post-stop activity alone does not clearly indicate the reason for the differences and does not necessarily indicate disparate treatment by race. These rates do not indicate, for example, whether there were specific factors or observations that may have prompted an officer's decision to conduct a search or other post-stop activity. These factors may change based on location or other circumstances and might prompt officers to take actions for an investigative reason or as a precaution for their own safety. Some examples of those factors include a person's statements or behavior during a stop, a person's history of violent crime or involvement with the criminal justice system, or circumstances such as the perceived safety of the environment in which the stop is taking place, or the number of people who are being stopped. Next slide, please. To try to address that issue, the next slide shows the type of search conducted, as shown on the left, as well as the ultimate outcomes of those searches. The chart at the top shows various types of searches by the level of officer discretion that was involved. For example, the first row shows the rates at which different groups were subjected to a consensual search where no other reason was given, which is the most discretionary type of search. There you can see that 5% of Black people stopped were subjected to a consensual search as compared to 4% of Hispanic people and 1% of white people. Overall, we saw that disparities in search rates persisted even for searches that were considered more discretionary. The chart below shows the outcome of those searches. As listed on the bottom row, this chart shows whether contraband was identified, whether a firearm was located, whether the person was arrested, and whether the person was cited out in the field, also known as being released from custody. For example, the section in the top left-hand corner shows that consent-only searches of Black people were associated with contraband 8% of the time, while consent-only searches of Hispanic and white people were associated with contraband 10 and 14% of the time, respectively. Overall, we found that searches of Black and Hispanic people, including higher discretion searches, were generally less likely to be associated with the recovery of contraband or other evidence than searches of white people. With respect to serious contraband, such as firearms, which is shown in the second column, the recovery rates were relatively low, around 2% overall, and varied only slightly by rates. We did find, however, that searches of Black and Hispanic people were slightly more likely to be associated with the recovery of a firearm than searches of other groups. Nonetheless, searches of Black or Hispanic person were less likely to result in an arrest than searches of a white person, a difference that was particularly pronounced in traffic stops. And finally, the rate of arrest during traffic stops was quite low, at about 2%. For traffic stops involving one or more searches, the overall arrest rate was lower for units involved in crime suppression than other types of units. Based on these various findings, as well as our review of video, which I'll discuss in the next slide, we conclude that some of the racial disparities seen in both stops and post-stop activities stem from a portion of stops that are considered pretextual in nature. A stop may be considered pretextual when the officers who conduct it are using a minor violation as an opportunity to invest the person who they stopped for more serious crimes. We also found that on balance, these strategies appear to be of limited effectiveness in identifying evidence of illegal firearms or other serious crimes. Next slide, please. I'd like to briefly discuss the results of our video review, which encompassed 190 stops in total. First, we found that the majority of stops, also known as automated field data reports, or AFDRs, were accurate. We did, however, identify issues in a number of cases, which were primarily noted in reviewing gang identification stops. These included, for example, AFDRs not being completed for each person who was stopped, which occurred in about 10% of cases, searches of other activity not being reported on the form, and concerns about consent not being received prior to searches listed as consensual on the form, which was noted in about 7% of search cases. In reviewing these stops, we also noted a number of other concerns, including issues with the accuracy and organization of the FI card process, timely activation of body-worn and in-car video cameras, and photography of a handcuffed person. Our video review also noted that proactive policing units, such as gang or metro units, tended to conduct more detailed questioning and post-stop activity than other units, resulting in stops that appeared more pretextual in nature. Next slide, please. Now to our recommendations. First, we recommend that the department conduct ongoing evaluation of its crime strategies and that it refocus those strategies away from the use of pretextual stops. We found that these stops do, in some instances, produce useful intelligence, illegal firearms, or other evidence of crimes, and may even have a deterrent effect. However, these successes must be considered within the context of the overall number of stops and searches that were being conducted. Furthermore, the department should balance the benefits of any crime strategy against the cost to individuals impacted and to community trust. As part of this process, the OIG recommends that the department proactively work to eliminate or reduce disparities in stops, particularly with respect to discretionary activities, and that the department revise its productivity measures to de-emphasize inputs such as stops or FI cards in favor of measures of effectiveness. In keeping with these principles, the OIG recommends that the department work to limit discretionary post-stop activities that are not directly related to officer safety or to the purpose of the stop. To that end, we recommend that the department revise its biased policing policy to incorporate detailed language from California state law, and that it consolidate its guidance on stops, searches, and other post-stop activities into its manual. As part of this process, the OIG also recommends the department strengthen its policy on the use of consensual searches, a process which, as you know, is pending today. Next slide, please. Third, we recommend that the department streamline and update its field interview processes in order to improve the integrity of the system and to provide officers with guidance about when and how an FI card should be filled out. We also recommend that the department continue to improve its stop data processes, including by validating data, finalizing a mechanism for analyzing the data, and expanding the publication of stop data and reports. And finally, we recommend that the department continue to provide and enhance its training on Fourth Amendment principles and that it continue to conduct audits and inspections of stops and stop data. And with that, I can answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I understand Ms. Rhodes is going to make a brief presentation on behalf of the department. Am I right, Chief? And I'd ask the board secretary to bring her up. Chief, is that correct?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, but I would like to make a brief statement if you wouldn't mind in advance of Ms. Rhodes' presentation.
Certainly, and then I'll ask the board secretary to please bring up Ms. Rhodes. Thank you.
So if you're prepared, first and foremost, let me thank both the California Policy Lab as well as the Office of the Inspector General for these comprehensive reports. These are the first, if you will, regarding the first year's department's data collection pursuant to the California RIPA Act of 2015. So the work that both Camille did as well as California Policy Lab, we're thankful for it, and we have much work in as far as further analysis and to better understand it. We're committed to ensuring that we reduce racial disparities from stops and other actions whenever possible by continuing to evaluate the outcomes of various crime reduction strategies, as well as creating additional metrics related to building community engagement and trust. Again, a recommendation made by the Inspector General's office. We're also committed to ensuring the accuracy of stop data, as well as pursuing other recommendations in the report relative to developing clearer policies regarding post-stop activities, such as removing a person from their vehicle, pat-down searches, etc. We agree that the underlying reasons for racial disparities are not easily understood, as the two most frequently identified comparisons of the numbers of stops are inherently imperfect benchmarks, as was characterized. Additionally, that while the data identified disparate impacts relative to the number of stops involving Blacks and Hispanics, the report did not find disparate treatment. Also, we agree a portion of the traffic stops conducted by units focused on crime suppression, including gang and regular patrol units, were for the purpose of identifying and suppressing more serious crimes, including violent crime. Our people have been doing what I've asked them to do, be proactive and identify those involved in serious and violent crime. The report also reflects in part why the department has continued to evolve its crime suppression strategies, as well as taken other steps to ensure its work with community members is built on trust and legitimacy. Additionally, the department is committed to taking steps to improve and enhance its stop practices, including training, audits, and inspections. Moving forward, I'm committed to ensuring that our crime reduction strategies identified are consistent with our core values of respect for people, whether in our overarching strategies or in each individual encounter. Critical to our work in building trust and legitimacy is that our actions at all times are lawful and done in a manner that reflects fair and impartial policing. So I want to hand this over now to Ms. Rhodes. The Director Rhodes is going to provide some further details as to the path forward and our intention as we continue to study and analyze this report, or these reports.
Ms. Rhodes?
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. I would just like to take a brief moment and echo some of the Chief's words and say that, the department appreciates that it has such a robust Office of the Inspector General and that it has a history of having such a robust Office of the Inspector General, as well as the fact that we appreciate this report. We realize that this report is, as it must be, a snapshot of data, a snapshot in time, and that snapshot is 2019. We are working to make sure that we have the same methodology and we can look at the 2020 data. I realize the report does some of that. We are going to be working to have that 2020 data and take both as well as other information into account to provide the LAPD with a pathway forward. We want to look at that data to see how best we can have a path forward. But we recognize, as the IG highlighted in certain portions of the presentation, that the data tells what happened, but not necessarily why. This is especially true in post-stop actions by members of the department, and we'll be taking a look at that. One of the suggestions that we will definitely be looking at is our automated field data reports and how they reflect what they reflect, because of course, when studying data, one cannot fully study data without having the best data possible. So for example, some stops are characterized, and the IG found that 19% of the stops were characterized as those with reasonable suspicion. But we do know that some stops, for example, we have recent examples of stops that were made of vehicles that matched exactly down to paint detailing and dents on the car, suspects from a surveillance of a murder. That car was stopped. The AFDR reflects that it was stopped for tinted windows, which also was in the description, and an illegal U-turn. That is also a reasonable suspicion stop. And so we want to look at the AFDR to make sure that they are fully accounting for the reasons, all of the reasons that officers are making stops. Additionally, in order to determine what is happening, we need to rely on information from our own officers, from our training bureau, our community safety partnership bureau, our gang enforcement officers, Metropolitan Division, and patrol. And so we want to be sure that there are facts on the bones of the data. One of the things, and I will segue, but only slightly, into the suggestion that one of the suggestions was about consent. Today, the department will be proposing a new policy on consent that has both consensual searches, that has both a component of procedural justice, and I won't go further.
Thank you. Thank you.
But
we
will be proposing that just as part of looking at the overall function or overall report that the IG prepared. And so I just wanted to say that we have looked, and we do appreciate that. We will also be looking at the team's report and taking a much closer look at what the Cal Policy Lab showed in terms of correlation with teams. But I don't want to interfere with the questioning by the commissioners of the IG about the report.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Commissioners, I'm going to, I'll start questioning, and I realize that all the commissioners only recently received the report. It is detailed and comprehensive, and for that reason, we're going to bring this back on the November 17th. We're going to keep this open for public comment until November 10th. Members of the public can provide written comment, and then we'll come back on the 17th for another public comment session, but also for more questioning of commissioners. I encourage you over the next few weeks to not just spend time with the report, but schedule time independently with the Inspector General's office or Cal Poly Lab in order to answer perhaps specific and detailed questions. But we can today ask questions, and I encourage you to ask questions that perhaps will just inform your understanding as you move forward in your process. And a few questions for the Inspector General to get this started, or the Inspector General's office. I know that we had a conversation with the Cal Policy Lab on their report, and your report, am I correct, did not do any correlation with the team system or in any way try to correlate the data that you were evaluating with what's in the team system or bias policing complaints that have been filed. Is that a correct conclusion?
Yes, it's correct that we did not look at the team system. We do have some bias policing statistics, complaint statistics in the report, but we only provide those for reference.
Right, but it wasn't a detailed evaluation as how the stop data might correlate with complaints. And is that something that can be done, or is there, I realize it took a lot to put the data in a format that it could be analyzed in such a detailed way, but is it possible to take the analysis to the next level in terms of the correlation with teams and with a more robust analysis of the bias policing complaints down the road?
Sure, if that's something you're interested in, that's definitely something we can discuss doing.
Okay. Why don't I open it up to other commissioners for questions that you have today. You are free to hold your questions if you so choose. I do have comments for the department that I'll just say what I'll be looking for in the future is what I just discussed with the Inspector General. What I will be looking forward to, not just in terms of our further conversation on this report, but as we take this analysis to the next level, is not just the recommendations that the IG has provided, but the RIPA board. I've reviewed their report. They also have recommendations for local law enforcement. I want to be sure that the LAPD is keeping up with those recommendations as well. And many of their recommendations focus on a recommendation the IG presented, as well as a review of the bias policing policy that is presented, and including the community in reporting the data, having a regular data system, not just a dashboard, but a more in-depth analysis of the data on a regular basis. And I'd like to have a sense of the timeline that it will take the department to get there, and to correlate the data with the early warning systems, training, and the complaint system overall. I would also like to have an understanding of whether the stop data can be a component of the ComStat review of divisions, or whether there's any technology or system that inhibits that from happening. Those are some of the questions that I will pose in November on how we go forward. I do think, as all have noted, this is the first effort to put together an analysis. As Commissioner Bonner highlighted earlier, I think we'll all have questions on, is this the right way to look at the data? How should we be exploring it? More analysis is needed, more accurate data is needed, as I think the department has indicated. But I do want to emphasize that I think where we're at, or where I am at, is this is a management issue, that this is an issue the commission must conduct oversight, but also command staff, that officers on the street do what they are charged with doing, what they're told to do. And to the extent we see any disparate treatment of the public, that is because we have instructed them to do that in a certain way. And now it's our responsibility to make any changes to fix that system as we see what the data has demonstrated to us. With that, let me open it up to commissioners for questions, comments, or thoughts. Commissioner Soboroff.
Again, quickly, based on what you've said and what's coming, two quick ones. Is there is there a percentage of percentage of tickets? In other words, actions by the officers. Is that part of this? Do we give tickets for taillight issues in certain parts of the city more than we do in other parts of the city, or to certain races more other parts of the city? Is that one of the variables covered in here? I didn't see it. In other words, it's the action after the stop. I understand the stop. My second question is, has there been any overlay in what the activity is, if it's 3 in the morning versus 3 in the afternoon? If it's 9 in the morning versus 9 at night, because I think that in addition to these, in a lot of the things that you brought up, which I'm glad you did, is in areas of violent crime, there are more officers. When there are more officers, there are more stops. So again, what are there other variables that we're looking at in retrospect that can be overlaid onto here? And were either of these that I talked about time of day, and what percentage of the stops resulted in an actual citation?
Commissioner, we do have statistics on the percentage of stops that result in a citation. That would be on page 42 of the report.
Okay.
That is divided by the reason for the stop as well as the race of the person being stopped. And earlier on, I don't know the exact page, but this was part of my presentation as well. We do have some other statistics based on the reason for the stop, the more detailed reason, what was the outcome, although I don't believe it includes tickets. Oh, it does include tickets. I'm sorry, it does. What we did not do was look at the area and the rate of ticketing and citations by area, but that's something we could do. We also do not include the time of day in our analysis, but again, that's something that we do have and we could do if you're interested.
If I can just add briefly, the time of day, Commissioner Sobroff, I think you explain a little bit why that may be important as far as when criminal activity may be taking place, et cetera. It also harkens a little bit to what Dr. Owens mentioned, which is one benchmark that other places have used at times, sometimes with great meaning, and sometimes it may be weighed differently, about what's called the veil of darkness. In other words, when officers are presumed to be less able to determine who they're stopping after the sun is down, for instance, they might have less visibility on making their decisions. And so again, as Camille mentioned, that's something that we want to incorporate in future reviews. We certainly can in that veil of darkness type of analysis.
And if I can just add, it's page 13 of the report that has some statistics on outcomes based on the type of stop.
Commissioner Soboroff, have you concluded your questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Other commissioner questions? Oh, Commissioner Kalanche, I see your mic is open. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Both reports have been very interesting, and I think a lot of good can come out of it. Some good recommendations. I am specifically interested in data. I know it's collected by state, by division, but I'm actually interested in if there's a ability to collect a data set for an overlay of like a CSP site. My experience has been that while CSP officers are out, building trust, as soon as they're not there, either the gang enforcement unit or patrol stops could work against community trust building. So I'd like to see if there's any data that we could overlay or create an overlay area for the data for CSP sites, just to see if there's any type of any information that we can look at. I really think that while we're doing the community trust building, it has to be like everyone, not just the CSP officers, but I think we need to also include patrol and gang enforcement unit in how we're interacting with community. So I'd like to see if there's a way to overlay kind of like a geographical area for the data or a specific data set that can maybe show the CSP sites.
So Commissioner, that's not something we have right now, but if we had the locations of the CSP sites, we do have the locations of stops. And so there are ways to do that. It would require a little bit of additional work, but it is possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Does that conclude your questions for now? Thank you. Commissioner Bonner or Commissioner Goldsmith, questions? Commissioner Bonner.
Defer if you've got anything, Commissioner Goldsmith. Okay. So first, I'm gonna dispense with the methodology questions that I was asking or attempting to ask. The idea was I did want to understand in terms of how the degree of acceptance the department has with the data. And so let me ask the question just more directly. That to the chief, do you disagree in any way that there are disparities here?
Well, we haven't had time to look at the
the interaction, if you will, between the team's data and the officers, that's a particular area I want to look at that methodology. I've asked Ms. Rhodes to examine that. I think in each of these, we've had a little more time with the Inspector General's analysis and understanding it. And so the methodology on the California Policy Lab is we've not had that time. So I've asked for more understanding of that so that their conclusions, I can better understand what supports them or otherwise.
I appreciate that in terms of being able to address the specifics of the two reports, but generally speaking, do you, just as you sit there as chief, do you disagree in any way that there, with the premise that there are disparities in stops across the city?
No, in fact, I agree with the remarks by particularly the Office of Inspector General that saw the disparities, the impacts. I think that what I'm also encouraged by is that their analysis of the videos that showed that the treatment of individuals was similar, that the actions of what happened post-stop, that the matters of the individual's race did not generally differ a great deal. So again, I think the analysis in this time, I think again, this is the first report that I've seen where talking about imperfect benchmarks and identifying and trying to identify what are ways of understanding the role of pretext stops. What's the role of the accuracy of the data? For instance, Ms. Rhodes identified the aspect of a traffic stop that in underlying purpose was really an investigative stop. My initial review of this is 8 out of 10 stops being driven by equipment violations, particularly by gang units and metro units. In reality, we have had those, and we have those units in those areas most impacted by violent crime in a proactive manner to go out and identify those people who are responsible for that violence in an effort to deter it, to identify those responsible as well as to deter further acts of violence. So seeing that role definition and now seeing how it impacts, I think going forward, what I'm interested in doing is how can we ensure that we're not over-policing, and that as we ask people to be proactive and go out and identify people who are engaged in violent acts and serious crimes, how do we ensure that our actions are not just are lawful, because in all these instances, the nature of pretext stops are lawful, but are there the application as a strategy at a overarching level and at the individual officer level? Are we adhering to our core value of respect for people? Are we ensuring that people are treated fairly and rightfully as far as respect for them? I'm committed that as you see the department evolve in its efforts of adjusting the use of Metro, the use of pretext stops or crime suppression through high visible patrols, that we're making efforts to address the imbalances, or when we see an area that feels that it's more like a suppression and being occupied rather than working in partnership with with officers that are there for their safety. Our expansion of Community Safety Partnership Bureau, as well as looking at how consent searches are conducted, FIs are completed, the accuracy of our data. These are all things that we're committed to improve the realities of people's perception of, are they being treated fairly?
Thank you. So I'm going to spread some of the questions out over some of the other meetings that are coming up, but I do have 3 that I wanted to speak to today, and then you added a 4th, I think, in your initial comments, and something you just said a minute ago as well that I, to some degree, take issue with, or at least I want to understand, because we may see it differently. And I think I heard you say in the preliminary comments that you were pleased, or at least that there was no disparate treatment, I think. And I just wanted to make sure that you understand that, at least to some of us, I understand it, from having been through constitutional law and others, I understand the difference between the disparate treatment and disparate impacts and so on. But when you are looking at this in the aggregate in terms of the clear volumes of data that establish that people of color are being stopped at disproportionately higher rates than white citizens, some of us would argue that itself is evidence that you're treating some people differently than others. So as a lawyer, I might parse the words a little differently, but I'm saying as a layperson, when you're looking at those numbers in terms of the vividness, if you will, of the disparities, to some, that itself reflects that some people are being treated differently than others. So I don't know if you have a different view on that now, or it could just be the way we're framing or talking about it. But I just
Well, I'll reflect a moment on this. Yeah, communities of color, particularly the African American and Hispanic communities, in particular areas, certain communities of Los Angeles, are grossly impacted severely, tremendously by violent crime, by loss of life, by the jeopardy of the dangers of their community, and it's very disparate to their representation as the population of Los Angeles. But that does not give the department, if you will, a pass that our enforcement efforts, our efforts to build trust and legitimacy in communities, needs to be mindful that as we apply strategies to identify those responsible, as we try to prevent crime from occurring, identify those who need to be brought before the justice system as consequences for their acts, that it leaves people who are uninvolved in this, other than perhaps a potentiality being a victim, from feeling like they're being centered, that their actions are being accused for something that they've not done, that they've not engaged in. And so we've got to look at, and I think that disparity can occur strategically, where we saw Metropolitan Division and the outgrowth of significant acts of violence and shooting violence, particularly in South Los Angeles in 2015, decision that I support, then by Chief Beck, was to bolster Metropolitan Division in an effort to provide additional resources that could identify those responsible for gun violence. And in the first few years, we saw significant and huge increases in the hundreds of weapons that were recovered. But we also recognize that the number and thousands of stops that were being made was having a destabilizing, or was causing issues of trust and criticism of the organization's tactics. And in 2018 and going into 2019, we changed those tactics because we saw that first of all, that we heard from the community and recognized their dissatisfaction. But secondly, we also saw the number of firearms that were being recovered by highly visible patrols in areas most impacted by violent crime were being significantly reduced. And so the decision was, and that was identified in the Inspector General's report, the need to balance these competing factors and strike and use the right nuanced approach is what we've done. We moved Metro significantly, where their stops are down by more than 90%. This report identifies that the role of equipment stops for the basis of equipment violations and minor offenses, particularly in the communities of color, that we need to take a closer look. And I think we do, because I think that the data is, we have some work to do as a department to better articulate, is that stop really because of tinted windows? Or is that stop or no plates? Or is that stop because the officer believes that the individual may be responsible for shooting violence or robberies that are occurring in that area? And are they trying to understand the interplay, the interaction between that vehicle that they're conducting that stop with? Now, when that stop is done, it needs to be done respectfully. It needs to be done in a manner that recognizes and provides the individual stop for the purpose and the basis of the stop. And it needs to then, when that stop is over with, leave that individual that is not involved in any criminal activity, with understanding that we're here trying, as a member of this of the shared responsibility of community safety, of trying to be a partner in that safety. And then, so I think that, and where we see gang units and patrol units, and why we're shifting so much, even with this downsizing the organization and the focus of patrol, is because the more officers that are in neighborhoods and stay in neighborhoods, the better chance they have to know who are in those communities, and understand those that are people who are just trying to make their way through difficult times, versus those that are actually looking to prey upon others. Well, but I do recognize that the people can feel a disparate impact, despite the fact that they may not be treated differently.
Yeah, and I would just say that, at some level, that's what this entire conversation is about, is people feeling that LAPD treats some people one way and other people another way. Now, what I said was people's feelings that happens. I don't know in every individual case what the circumstances are, but it's also why I think I'd encourage you and others to also reflect on the concept of equity, which is really what I think is the heart here, is that people want to feel that they're being that there's an equitable treatment of every citizen, in the city, which means that there may be a reason why a particular person in a particular case is treated differently than someone else may be in some other similar or seemingly similar case. But what you want to achieve is a high degree of confidence that that the approach, the structure, the outcomes are equitable and fair. So in the interest of time, I'm going to signal two things I'd ask you to think some more about so we can, for further discussion. But the one issue that I would like you to, and I'm focused on the recommendations, by the way, right now, because in my mind, you can tell the story any way you want, but it's the same story in terms of there are disparities in stops and treatments in some areas. So the question really is what can be done about it, and that's why I'm focused as much on the recommendations. And the one that I wanted to specifically ask you about also was the recommendation. It was 3A. This is under crime strategies, and the idea of the department setting a goal of eliminating disparities in the enforcement of traffic and minor code violations, particularly as they relate to discretionary activities. And I could be wrong, but it's my sense that setting this kind of goal is typically not something that the department has done historically. I like the idea. That's part of what I want to ask you about is really, can you envision the department embracing this goal and actively working towards it?
In short, reducing disparities. The word disparity obviously strikes indifferent or strikes inequity. To your point of striking fairness, being impartial, the word that we're using here is in that fact we have racial disparities. Is I'm committed, we're committed as an organization, respect for people as a core value. Is that we go at identifying what is impacting that disparity. And is it a disparity? To your point of a perception of a feeling versus a reality, are we using strategies that as Commissioner Decker indicated, the organization is asking officers to go out and conduct proactive policing. What does that mean to an officer, and how does that impact an individual on a traffic stop? And on that, all the way down that individual level, we're committed to ensuring that people feel that they're treated fairly and in an impartial manner. And as that means consent search criteria, it means vehicle stops and how we go about offering a framework for those we ask to speak out, to step out of the vehicle. And it also means that the basis of equipment violations, for instance, by units conducting crime suppression, are you simply stopping somebody for tinted windows or no plates, or are you stopping them because there's this reasonable suspicion, there's information that suggests that they are involved in a crime beyond that. And so the disparity that's been identified to date on this report, we're committed to reducing and eliminating it.
So and it's interesting, the examples you're giving, because part of the point that I would make is that kind of inquiry, for example, in terms of what really happened, why an officer really stopped someone, what was really behind it, that's perfectly appropriate for you as chief, or as Commissioner Decker mentioned earlier, it's a management issue. Did the supervisor really ask that question the right way? Did the lieutenant, the whole team, the captain, everybody really asking these questions to understand what's going on? As the board, I'd much prefer to hold you accountable for an outcome. So if 5 years from now, if we were looking at these same numbers in the same way, absent some clear explanation for it, I'd be saying, yeah, okay, great. Then we should be talking with you about the outcome. Why is there continued, these continued disparities after it's been brought to light and after there's more knowledge about it? Similar to the bias complaints and so on. 5 years, whatever it is, 3 years, nothing substantiated. Okay, how are you recalibrating? I'd rather be talking with you about the outcomes that the department is producing, rather than trying to get into adjudicating on any given basis whether a particular stop or set of stops was based on racism or some other reason. So that's the appeal to me is of having, in this area and potentially others, having the department to establish a goal. Doesn't mean you'll get there, but at least to establish a goal that you're going to address and work rigorously to bring this, these disparities down, or at least bring them to a place where you can easily and confidently and with a straight face explain. Which is right now we're wrestling with data, but there's a lot of discussion about the why question and so on. So I'm just saying that has some appeal to me to charge you with a goal, and then figure out what outcomes you produce in that regard.
So first of all, this is a department committed to quality through continuous improvement. We're constantly reforming, and accountability is an organization to an individual that is fully embraces that. We need to be, our actions need to speak to our values. Having said that, I also want to ensure that we don't make, for matters that we don't fully understand, make commitments or blindly just set goals that we don't fully understand the outcome, especially in something as important as the manner in which officers go out in a proactive manner to try to identify those responsible for committing violence on others. The reality of, the work of our work each day is that each stop should be not just lawful, but should be done fair and impartially. How this data aggregates, we're committed to removing what appears to be disparities, or what suggests are disparities. And I'm committed to that, and both as an individual for accountability, whether that's tomorrow or 5 years from now, or whatever period of time. I also, though, want to assure a public and a community that is suffering from violence and suffering from people who are committing violence upon them, that we're committed to their safety, and we're going to try to identify lawfully and fairly those that are engaged in that through legal means and through common sense approaches to how we go about observing conduct in the field.
Thank you. And just wrapping up, at least for today, what I'd ask you to specifically, in addition to all of the recommendations, of course, but if you would take a particular look at A1, we just discussed A3, but also B1 as well. And what these have in common is at least to me, they all kind of call this question, A1, for example, says you should limit pretextual stops, and that unless there's a reasonable suspicion of a probable cause of a crime, and then says, oh, but such decisions shouldn't be based on a mere hunch or characteristics of a person's race, gender, etc. To me, that's a pretty complicated kind of. It just calls the same questions. Well, why did you do that? What articulable reason did you have to do it? Was it race? Was it something else? So I'm just asking you to think about the practicality of that kind of recommendation, along with, we talked about 3, along with 5, I think it is, A5, B1, the bias policing and reforming those, or that policy, to include language that explicitly indicates an officer may not consider race or other protected identity, and so on. And again, it's that same thing. It's great to have the policy saying you can't consider these things, but you have these questions that we're discussing today as to how do we ever really envision knowing that. So anyway, I have some other questions, but I know I'm dominating some time, so we'll incorporate them in the future conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Goldsmith?
Thank you. Appreciate this discussion, especially appreciate Commissioner Decker and Bonner's work on this report to this point, and want to just give a huge thanks to Camelia at the Office of the Inspector General and your whole team, and Mark Smith, but especially you, Camelia. This is such an excellent report. And I think, though it's not surprising to many of us, I think you accomplished 3 very important things with the way that you approach this. Number one, obviously, I think the data shows that pretext stops are not effective in addressing violent crime. Looking at the hit rates as a primary data point, and that the biggest problems in crime, where we see with pretext stops, are in crime suppression units or with crime suppression strategies as their basis. So that's a very important point. The second really important point that you did, which I think distinguishes this report from previous approaches, is really held as vitally important, the impact that these strategies and approaches have on people. And you made it clear that that should be considered alongside any public safety benefits. And that's such an important acknowledgement for the Inspector General to make. You know, you identified very specific impacts that these pretext stops are having, which we hear about all the time in public comment and out in the community and from protesters in the streets. But good to see you really highlighting them in terms of perpetuating racism, you know, causing humiliation, criminalizing people, and breeding fear and distrust. You talked about, you know, people being pulled out of their car, people being searched without cause, people being forced to lift up their T-shirts in public to show off their, you know, their bodies, being photographed while they're being handcuffed, being pushed against walls, having guns pointed at them, especially Black men at disproportionate rates. I think, you know, I certainly know, and I think many people here know, you know, have loved ones who have been in these situations and how horrific it is to go through this. I've, you know, heard of other instances that happened to my brother and other people where, you know, in the dead of summer, they're forced to put their hands on the hood of a police car during a stop, where they burn with the heat from the hood of the police car. So we know that these incidents can be really harmful to people. And then the third thing that you did that a lot of us have focused on, and I'm really glad to see it, is really focusing on the structural issues and the structural causes. You know, not only is it important to look at individual officer bias, but as most people have said today, it's really looking at the crime suppression strategies that are targeting low-income Black and Latino communities, and especially Black men. And as the chief has said multiple times today, you know, they're doing what they're told to do. And I think from our perspective as a police commission, that's really the issue that we need to focus on. So in my view, this report is really a powerful indictment of pretext stops as part of crime suppression strategies, especially in Black and Latino low-income neighborhoods, and I hope puts to rest the question of whether pretext stops are a problem, and really shifts the focus to how do we fix it? How do we shift the focus to public safety, to preventing and investigating crimes while keeping officers safe, and while building trust with communities, especially in Black communities where trust is lowest. And I think it's especially important now as we're seeing an increase in violent crimes and shootings, is that we shift the focus of our approaches to strategies that really do reduce, prevent, and address violent crime. So I have a number of questions kind of arising from that. The first is, Chief, you've said a couple times, you know, the officers are doing what I tell them to do. So could you articulate, in terms of the crime suppression strategy that drives these stops, pretext stops and other stops, what is the direction? How would you articulate that strategy? What is the direction to officers, especially those in crime suppression units like Metro and GED, in terms of these stops? You're muted, Chief.
We have reported crime, shooting violence, victims of crimes that occur with descriptions of those that we believe are responsible. We believe being based on information that victims provide, the witnesses provide. And then in our crime control or crime impact meetings that are held at the divisional level, daily roll call meetings, as well as weekly meetings and ComStat processes, is to identify patterns and trends, identify offenders that are out and preying upon a community. Officers are provided that information as a means as they move about in the city to identify those that match those descriptions. And stops or detentions are made based on information that officers articulate as to that engagement, that interaction between a described suspect, described offender, person who's responsible, or a vehicle that was seen leaving a scene of a shooting violence, and an officer then conducting a stop to determine the interplay. Is this the vehicle responsible? We see that happen every single day, and we make. I'm proud of the work of our people that identify and remove these predators from the field and from the street. And I know that was at times people and I'm, as all of us are committed to criminal justice reform and keeping people away from a path of a loss of their very future because of violence that they may be personally engaged in. Our officers in the field are responsible for going out and helping to identify those people, those persons, and bringing them before the criminal justice system. And that involves detentions and it involves engagements of officers and that proactive nature. We're not firefighters that sit in stations and wait for the fires and then respond out and put water on the fire. There is a preventive role, and officers, as they patrol areas, looking for offenders. Let me just move away from, for a moment, shooting violence, because I spent a great deal of time on that. We have. But let's talk about DUIs. Driving under the influence. For years, we have conducted where this city loses more than 700 people each year to serious bodily injuries and death by drunk drivers. And we deploy motor officers that work in traffic officers and patrol officers. And we ask them to be mindful of those that may be drinking and driving. And why? It's because they're having such a tremendous impact on innocent individuals that are also on the roadway, pedestrians and motoring vehicles. And the nature of the stop is generally pretextual. In fact, it's generally always in pretextual, because the conduct is the underlying vehicle code violation. The person's driving without lights, the person's driving too fast. And the officer says, I'm going to stop this individual to see what, if they're in fact driving under the influence. That's a pretext stop. That is not, and it has, and to the point of disparate impact, it has a disparate impact on people who are speeding, people who are driving perhaps without their lights on, that may not be drinking. But it also has a meaningful impact on public safety by identifying and removing from the street those people who are drunk drivers. And so our commitment in going out and asking our officers is that as they go about looking for the intersection between people who are suspected of being involved in criminal activity based on reported crimes and the intel that we provide on an ongoing basis, that they approach each instance though on the basis of reasonable suspicion, probable cause, and not in some biased or prejudicial manner. And what I'm proud about this report, for instance, it talks about 85% of the time, officers don't know who is actually in the car when they're conducting a traffic stop. And so it's not a race-based issue, but of course, because of the neighborhoods in which these added patrols are in, it has an adverse impact or disparate impact on communities of color, because those are the communities that are in those communities. The added resources that are in those communities, I believe to the core of my soul that our communities that we're in are asking us to be there. And that the added resources we're putting in these communities are there for the safety of those communities. And our efforts to build trust and legitimacy is not just through the days of LAPD of 20 or 30 years ago of Operation Hammer and suppression and a high suppressive attitude, but as a combination. But there is a role, an absolute role, for identifying those individuals that are moving about and either have just committed a crime or in the midst of committing a crime or about to commit a crime. We can just see in the last few weeks, officers responding on the street in Southeast Division, they saw a group of individuals in front of a station, in front of a service station, and they turned around to investigate because it was suspicious, caused them some concern. What is going on there? And a moment later, a gunman attempts to shoot 4 individuals in 2 different cars. And as you know, I've reported earlier an officer-involved shooting. That level of proactive policing, if I believe, is what is part of our efforts of public safety. And public safety is protecting the entire community. So those are the things that I'm asking for. But at the end of the day, I'm also proud of the city and the department that has body-worn video, that has inspections and controls, that have tight guidelines and about how we go about conducting ourselves in the field. And that those systems are meant to ensure that while we're out there doing this work, that we're doing so in a manner that's respectful, that's a manner that is on the basis of facts and circumstances and not biases or and prejudices.
Thank you, Chief. So I'm a little bit confused about a couple of the things that you're saying. On the one hand, it sounds like you're saying that these stops should be based on reasonable suspicion of a crime, and that the crime suppression strategy is primarily driven by suspect identification information provided to officers, and that the strategy behind these stops should be, here's some suspect descriptions, go and try to find them. And yet, we also know from the report that very few of these stops, at least by the officer's own indication, they couldn't have seen the race of the person. It just sounds that they really wouldn't have any way in the course of these pretext stops of really matching that just suspect description in this stop. so, I guess that's a little bit confusing, and I'm wondering, are you saying that you support a strategy that's focused really specifically on identifying suspects based on suspect description, or is it something else?
It should not be a dragnet. I'm not. No one in LAPD is supporting, and today in 21st century policing, that we have a presence in a neighborhood that no one moves and everyone is stopped and searched. We don't establish checkpoints or dragnets where every motorist, every pedestrian is stopped and question as to where they're going and what they're doing. That is not the way policing is done today. And conversely, it is not that we are not in any neighborhoods and people move about, victims, witnesses, and offenders, and have little chance of coming across a police officer or a police officer questioning and looking into suspicious circumstances. We want to strike that balance. That's where I think the criticality of this is, looking at the individual actions of officers. I'm very interested in understanding the interplay between the California Policy Institute on this team's data and the disparities. We are interested in detangling this. But as been said before by Commissioner Decker, I'm responsible, the department's responsible on a macro basis for understanding how do our strategies identified from the chief's level impact these disparities at the local level. And what I also demonstrate and I'm committed to, and I'm proud of, as I look back at the last 5 years, this organization has, under leadership of this commission and members before you, has sought to inform the public as to transparency of what and how we go about our work, and establish policies and procedures to ensure that our work is fair and impartial, and provide training and guidance to our people. We're not perfect. We got a long ways to go, but we are committed to Commissioner Bonner's. Am I committed to removing disparities? Yes, but I'm also committed to ensuring that all parties understand what that disparity means, so that we don't establish expectations that we cannot meet. There is so this is a process that I welcome. Again, these two reports, I think, on the basis of the first year of RIPA data from the 2015 Act, I think offers us a great platform. I think the recommendations offer us plenty of meat in order to get into and understand what does it actually mean. Because, for instance, on one of those recommendations that we eliminate disparities or limit pretextual stops, I'm fortunate, it says limit pretextual stops. It doesn't say eliminate them, because limiting them would, if you were to say eliminate them for DUI enforcement, I'd be greatly concerned, because what does a drunk driver look like? It looks like a speeding motorist.
Well, nobody has said that, Chief. So if we could focus on the actual recommendations, I think that would be helpful.
So I think these are recommendations that we will work with.
I appreciate that. And I did want to just point the DUI example, just, to highlight the difference. There's a nexus, right, between driving erratically and potentially driving under the influence. And what I think we saw in this report is that there really is no nexus between an equipment violation and a violent crime. And so I think that's where there's a challenge. And although we didn't, there was no way to specifically examine pretext stops that were looking for a DUI versus pretext stops that were looking for something else, what we do know is that ultimately, if you look at hit rates in terms of, and also citations and arrests, that was very low, regardless of whether it was for a DUI or possession of a gun or something else. So, either way, I think we're seeing a low rate, although as Commissioner Decker said, we're not making that specific claim today, but I do think it's a somewhat confusing example. And I want to say, I certainly, I would never question your passionate commitment to fighting for victims of crime and preventing crime. And, I think we're all united in being concerned about that. I think that what's hard about this is that it's the very communities that are subject to, tremendous victimization who are also, when we cast such a wide net with these pretext stops, they're further victimized in the course of these pretext stops. And so the folks that the department is so committed to helping, in fact, are being harmed by the very same strategy in the case, in these cases. And so, we don't want to take effective tools away from the department that help prevent and address violent crime, but we also, as everyone has said, can't afford to do that at the cost of harming people. And so just related to that, you said earlier, kind of alluded to the idea of unintended consequences. And I wanted to kind of go back to that. You know, for example, I appreciate greatly the work that you've done to pull back Metro and have reduced Metro stops by 90% as a result of that. It's a huge step forward. And I'm curious, you know, have there been unintended consequences? Is there anything that concerns you about that practice? And if you can share, you know, are you concerned about other unintended consequences? Because the data we've been presented pretty much says, you know, it's not going to hurt us in terms of, you know, getting contraband or catching criminals. Is there some other consequence that could happen or has happened when you pulled back Metro that we should be aware of?
Yes, the absence of a visible presence of police officers I do think, has a relationship to the instance of crime. So removing them from a crime suppression from a visible standpoint proactively in areas, I think has and can, if it's not countered by other actions, can have unintended consequences. We are deploying added resources tonight in regards to the Dodgers celebration anticipated, Go Blue, because we believe that a presence of those officers has a deterring effect for those that would think that they could otherwise act with impunity. That has an application in communities. It shouldn't be to the point where you are, again, in a dragnet, that people feel like they can't move about freely and without being harassed or intimidated by police officers. But the last year, in the sense of the changing of moving Metropolitan Division to shooting response teams, rather than in a proactive patrol setting, I believe is counterbalanced to try to identify those that are engaged in violence and identify them after the violence has occurred and remove them from further, and identify them and arrest them so that they're not on the street committing further acts of violence. That return on that strategy is something that we're in the midst of again, continue to go at, because we are committed to the observation from last year that they were, as a unit, they're doing what we're asking them to do, go out and conduct stops and make inquiries, but that the rate of return on that was diminishing and wasn't as effective as it was years before, or just a few years before. So we made that adjustment, and we continue to make adjustments, and we'll make adjustments moving forward.
Thank you. So what I hear you saying is that the visible presence has an important deterrent effect, and that it sounds like to some degree, by having Metro pull back, there's been less of a visible presence, and it sounds like you believe that may be, you know, that making sure officers have a visible presence is going to be key to addressing the uptick in violent crime. And you also talked about, you know, if you pull back without countered by other actions. So correct me if I'm wrong, but if that's generally accurate, it sounds like when we're looking to draft a policy around this, that we're really looking for kind of both sides of that coin. But, and to your bridge metaphor earlier, you know, that we both, you know, or I would want to see a policy that eliminates or very, you know, imposes significant restrictions on this sort of dragnet approach or the pretext stops, and that we identify what are the other actions, and you've already done this in Metro, but identify them for the purposes of this policy that do create a visible presence and do have an impact, you know, a deterrent, a prevention or investigative function for a violent crime, but that don't cause the harm that this casting such a wide net in pretext stops cause. So I'm certainly open to that. I guess it's, you know, it doesn't sound to me like pretext stops are the only way to have a visible presence. It sounds like there's certainly other approaches. So I will wrap up. I've been going for a while here. I guess just a couple other things I want to say. One is, you know, because of COVID, the department decided to really reprioritize away from minor violations because it just wasn't worth the risk of the harm that could be done in those interactions amidst COVID. And I think we should take the protests around racial justice and policing as seriously as COVID, that if, you know, COVID was enough for us to say, you know what, these strategies should not work in this environment. And I think what we're hearing from folks on the street and have been hearing for years from all, you know, our friends and family members and everywhere, are that these, in particular, these stops are a source of great fear and pain and harm, and that the protests in the streets are really one big symptom of that, and that harm should be enough to really stop us in our tracks. And I hope that I would like to see, obviously one of the next steps is draft policies. We have a couple today, but draft policies on the other recommendations that the Inspector General has made, and would like to see if we could consider a moratorium on, we'd have to define it, but until we have a policy in place that is the sort of new bridge that identifies more effective strategies and reduces the harm, that we consider a moratorium on at least the types of pretext stops that are driven by crime suppression, but that are driven by crime suppression strategy, but are not driven by reasonable suspicion or suspect identification. And that concludes my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldsmith. Much appreciated. Chief and Commissioners, we have a lot to do before November 17th. What I've heard from the Commissioners and the Chief, and the Commissioners in particular, is our expectation is that there is a continuation of effective proactive policing, but at the same time, the Commission and the Chief seek to ensure that the treatment of individuals is fair and impartial and not disparate. Chief, I think before November 17th, we should all commissioners should have a more detailed conversation with you regarding that proactive policing, but also a robust analysis of the Inspector General's report, which indicates to all of us the data is that the lower level traffic stops are not correlated to crime suppression, arrests. And I do think in the interest of the public and everyone, as we talk about these issues and the specific recommendations, to identify specifically what the Inspector General has said and the findings there, and not take it to the broader level of unless there is data or support about it impacting crime. The data indicates that these lower level stops will positively impact the data and the conclusion that there is disparate impact without impacting crime. And I'd like to focus on that as well. The system, I would add one final thing that I neglected to mention earlier. I apologize, Chief, and I think Ms. Rhodes, this is for you, that just this month, the Center for Policing Equity and the Policing Project at NYU issued a report on collecting, analyzing, and responding to stop data, where they talk about a number of recommendations and standards, the gold standard, so to speak, on evaluating data. And for November 17th, I intend to ask more questions about that. But fundamentally, we all have to address a system that has been created, that the data indicates has a disparate impact on our community, and we're going to have to change it. It's our responsibility for our community and for everyone. It undermines trust and it undermines the effectiveness of policing. And so we must address these issues and in an effective manner and constantly monitor it. It's not a one-time fix. We are going to have to constantly monitor this to ensure that the communities are being treated fairly and equitably, and monitor the impact it has on crime very significantly. We must be concerned about that as well. But the information from the Inspector General and the data provided indicates we can do both. And I'd like to frame the issues in the future on that. That will conclude items A and B on the agenda. And we're going to move on to items C and D. And Ms. Rose, I understand you're going to be presenting these items. Again, commissioners, these are not items we are voting on today. And the public has until November 10th to submit written public comment, and these matters will be brought back to us again on November 17th for a vote. So Ms. Rhodes, are you prepared to present on items C and D?
Yes.
Please.
So let me start, and I'll try to be very brief. Let me start with the field officer's notebook. It's the consent to search policy. Policy does 5 things, and I'll just go over them briefly. First, it addresses consensual searches. So it doesn't address pat-down searches. It maintains the critical ability for pat-down searches to be conducted for officer safety based on reasonable belief that the person before them is dangerous or carrying a weapon. The second thing it does is it reminds officers of what is legally required for consensual searches. And those are A, knowing and voluntary consent, B, the scope of the search may not exceed the consent given, and C, the intensity and time of the search cannot be unduly intrusive or prolonged. So that would be a reminder of just the law. The third thing it does is it sets forth a process, especially for obtaining verbal consent. And the process has several components. One, the consent must be on video, be it body worn or digital in-car video. Again, this is for verbal consent. Two, there must be a clear request by the officer as to what is to be searched. Three, the subject of the search must be advised, and this is a progressive detail. The subject of the search must be advised that he or she has the ability to withdraw that consent even after it's been given. Withdraw it at any time. And four, a confirmation that the person who is giving consent understands that the consent has been given. The fourth thing that this policy does is it provides a pocket-sized card, and you can see that card so that the officers can carry it with them. And that covers the things that were required to obtain verbal consent. And the fifth thing that this policy does, and I think we've spoken about this quite a bit during this meeting and at other times, is it contains a best practices section. And that includes that the officer should use their body worn video to indicate what the officer is doing during the search and why. They should use their body worn video to indicate where they are looking or searching and what, if anything, they find, where they found it. And very importantly, the officer should explain to the individual who has been stopped and searched, especially if nothing has been found, basically what happened. Specifically, the officer should explain to the individual the reason that the officer asked for consent and how the officer performed the search. This treats individuals with respect and dignity. It's impartial, it's not disparate, and it is equitable treatment that I think will go a long way in moving the department forward and in gaining trust. So that is, in a nutshell, what the policy does. I realize that this is not a voting day, and I will take comments, or the department will receive comments from the public as well as commissioners if you don't have them now, but otherwise I could take questions.
Well, why don't you present on D2, Ms.
Okay.
So that we hear both, and then if there are questions, if you don't mind.
Sure. So D is regarding the search and arrest warrant service policy. Again, this policy does 5 things. One, it starts with the federal and state law, which require warrants to be executed following knock notice. So the state requires that. 2, it tells the officers in the department, as well as the public, the reason for the law and cites case law, which I think is pretty important because the case law provides that there are 4 reasons to have knock notice. And 3 of those are public or out-facing, and one of them is inward-facing for the department. It's to protect the privacy of the household, to safeguard innocent people on the premises, to prevent violent confrontations arising from unannounced entries, and 4, to protect the police from injuries caused by a surprised or fearful householder, as one could easily happen without a knock notice. The third thing this policy does is it goes further than the state penal code and the case law, and it states that officers should not force entry for weapons or other indestructible evidence. The case law would allow for that. Fourth, it defines exigency or exigent circumstances. And 5, and I think importantly, it discusses the screen down process. And that's important because it acts as a check to make sure that the right people are executing the search. These, I would remind, are warrants, the service of warrants. Again, that's briefly and in a nutshell what this policy does. Again, we will be taking public comment, and as with the use of force policies, where we were open to changing or editing based on some very valuable public comment, ed comment that we got from commissioners. So that briefly is those two policies.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rhodes. Commissioners, if I may suggest, again, over the next few weeks, as we are evaluating all of the reports we've received, if you would evaluate this. But if there are any questions for Ms. Rhodes today, otherwise, if you could contact her individually or for November 17th. But if there are questions for today, please open your mic and let me know so that I can I don't see any questions at this time. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Goldsmith, and then
Commissioner Bonner, please go first. I'll follow you.
Actually, I'm very quick because I, as part of the subcommittee, have had an opportunity to understand. So my question really is there any material change or evolution from where the subcommittee discussion left off? If not, I'll have a few questions in a later conversation.
You know, there's not a lot of material change. But the subcommittee gave feedback, and there were some changes after that feedback. And so, but essentially it is what you had seen before with some tweaks, but certainly Commissioner Bonner, if I'm happy to discuss this also additionally at a later time.
Thank you.
I think largely there was some reorganization of the order of things to make it read a little better, if I'm recalling correctly. But Commissioner Goldsmith, go ahead. Did you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, my question really kind of goes to the underlying premise of voluntary consent, and just wondering, you know, how do we really achieve voluntary consent? You know, do people, what conditions would need to be present for people to really feel safe saying no? You know, I do not consent to this, especially Black men who we've seen are the subject of, you know, everything we've been talking about. You know, I certainly appreciate the emphasis on consent. I just wonder whether that's realistic.
Well, I think it goes a long way to having a card. I think it goes a long way for an officer to tell you, to explain rights to you that you may not have known. So for instance, I am not sure that the general public knows that they can withdraw consent. And I think that is a pretty important portion of a policy to say, you know, for instance, would you allow me to search your car? You have the right to say no or withdraw. And I think I would refer you actually to the card that is attached to this policy. And, you know, it says, may I have your permission to search? You may refuse or withdraw that consent at any time. Do you understand? So I think it gives the person for whom consent is being asked, or from whom consent is being asked, some information. And it also asks for an affirmative response, not only to the question, may I have your permission to search? And by the way, it also talks about, you know, your person, your personal property, as the policy says. There's an outline as to your backpack, your car, etc. So it asks that question and needs to solicit an affirmative response, which needs to be on body worn or digital in-car video. And then additionally, it informs the person that they may withdraw or not consent. And then finally, it asks another question, which is, do you understand? So I think it does go a long way. Are there people who may subjectively feel that they can't? I perhaps, yes. But yeah. Perhaps I would say so. But I think that this policy does a lot to educate people for that. Yeah. And it also talks about, I think importantly, and I think importantly, based on what you've been talking about earlier today, and I've heard you talk about before, it asks the officer to talk to the individual after the search and explain what they did and why. And I think that's a really important respect component. So I believe it moves the ball pretty significantly.
I appreciate that. And it's certainly probable that this policy does exactly that. And as much as a policy could possibly do, I just think what a policy like this can't do is address the underlying dynamics in that interaction. And we've talked in other contexts about the challenges with obtaining consent from somebody for certain actions when there is a power dynamic present. And here we're talking about, a very significant power dynamic, particularly in the environment we're in right now, where there's such good reason, valid reasons for so much fear. It's just, I think, I don't know if maybe we could, are there studies that are done that talk about the conditions that need to be present in order for someone to really genuinely give voluntary consent, or conditions that when they're present, that someone cannot give voluntary consent, or just something we can look at that more deeply and it enables us to study this more deeply and try to figure out, how we can really truly get voluntary consent. I just think it seems unlikely to me that somebody, even with everything you've said, which it really sounds like as much as an officer could possibly do in that situation, that people are really truly going to feel free to walk away. And I certainly have heard, I say that because I'm not making this up. Just personally, but through many relationships and friends and others, I've heard how afraid people are, especially Black people, when asked by officers for a consensual detention or search. And the other thought I have is, oh gosh, where'd it go? It was in my brain. The sort of procedural justice, obviously, we all think procedural justice is vitally important, but I think given the data that we reviewed in the Inspector General's report today about the disparate impact, I don't think it's not enough to say I didn't do anything wrong. I stopped you based on the policy. I didn't stop you, I did everything right, when we know that so many of these stops, are driven by strategies that are problematic and have a racially disparate impact. So I just think this merits a deeper dive.
Well, as to that, Commissioner, certainly there are law and case law talking about what is and is not voluntary consent, but I think you're not asking for case law on that. I think you're asking for a different kind of study, and I'll have to look into that. The second thing is the procedural justice component of this. I understand what you're saying, but I would just point out that the procedural justice component of this is not a, hey, person that I stopped, I just did everything right and by the policy, but it's actually a explanation to that person, to tell that person specifically what was going on in that instance. And I do think that is an instance where we are asking officers to treat people fairly, with dignity, and with respect. And each of those situations that officers and people encounter will be different. But the hope is, and the expectation, frankly, is that this policy portion will, put forth that this is the expectation of the department, without, this is not a box checked. This is actually a conversation, or at least an explanation. And I think that should prove very helpful. So
as should the use of body cameras in this specific case. I don't believe that everyone who is stopped is acts the same towards a police officer as everyone else, or how every police officer who stops someone acts the same towards everyone else. But one thing I do know is if it's recorded, we'll be able to figure it out and make adjustments, at least from the perspective of the department and the communication.
And Commissioner Goldsmith, I'll add, I have been reading on this, and I have some reports that I can forward to you for your own review and see if any of them answer your questions. Did that conclude your questions, Commissioner? Yeah. Okay. And I'll just open it up to see if there are any others. Oh, Commissioner Bonner, sir.
I was just going to jump in just to tag on quickly to the point that Commissioner Goldsmith was making, in particular with the power imbalance that, that's a concern. And one of the issues we discussed before also was making sure that officers are also sufficiently aware of, any Fifth Amendment considerations, namely, just as if somebody is in the system and you decide not to testify or not to provide information, you can't use that decision against a person as evidence that they have something to hide or evidence that they have something else to investigate. So you want that similar assurance here that officers don't think that a 16-year-old kid or a 60-year-old adult who says, no, I don't think so. You can't have somebody then using that as the basis for, then we need to take a closer look and find out what you're hiding. That's really the part of the dynamic, I think, that that is in that set of issues. Lastly, I think for the, it might be helpful also as we get into this into a future conversation, maybe to have someone from the Office of Operations, more tentative for the chief. But what I'm getting at is one of the discussions we had also was making sure that that we can tie the paper to the practicalities of how these things actually work. So to bring that perspective of someone that's been in the patrol unit and had these interactions, I think would be helpful as well, just to kick some ideas around further.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see no other microphones open. So again, I encourage all commissioners over the next few weeks to do your individual due diligence and follow-up, and these matters will be put back on the calendar for November 17th. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Thank you, Ms. Naguib. And we'll move on our agenda as a result. Thank you. We will now move on to items that we are voting on today, items E through G. And can I just ask commissioners whether you have any questions on any of these items so we know whether we need to call people up, or I'll just go straight to votes. If you have a question on E through G, please open your microphone. Mr. Bonner, which ones?
E.
E, okay. Any other ones?
No.
Seeing no hands. Okay, let's just go to the votes then on F and G, if you don't mind. The requested action on EF, the executive director's report, is to approve the department's report regarding the official police garage towing storage rates for 2020. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
A second.
Second, thank you very much. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Well, it passes 5-0. Thank you. On G, the requested board action is to approve the executive director's report, transmit to the city's board of review. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Passes. Oh, all opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And we'll go then back to item E, relative to the non-monetary donation for equipment and video feed. Commander, I see you've been brought up. Oh, and there's Deputy Chief Zarconi. Thank you. Commissioner Bonner, sir, your questions?
Yeah, excellent. Great, thank you. It's my understanding that this equipment is to allow the preservation of footage that is captured on aerial patrol. And the question is if that's accurate, and if it's accurate that capability does not exist today. It's not clear to me whether the capability exists, but you need this device to enhance it to make sure that everybody has it, or you're seeking the equipment in order to develop a capability that doesn't exist anywhere in the department. And if it's the latter, the question is what policy and procedures will govern the preservation of any footage that is obtained, in this aerial context.
Yes, so Commissioner, what the equipment is for is when we do downlink, not during routine patrol. It's for downlink only. And when downlink is conveying an image onto a screen in a CP, there is sometimes a thought that there's something good captured on it, but there's no ability to record it. So this is only for when we're using the downlink function, which is usually for a UO or a big event.
But you got to break that. You got to break that. So you just hit on the heart. You just educate me on what is the downlink function and what does that mean?
So the downlink, what that merely is the helicopter will be above an event, such as the recent riots or a Dodger or Lakers celebration or what have you, where it's a planned event where we have a downlink capability. It could be spontaneous where we'd send a helicopter for downlink, but what the downlink does is it sends a signal from the helicopter's camera to a CP to display on a screen. And in those instances, when you have and not all of our ships are equipped for downlink. There's 4 that are equipped with the newest equipment and an additional, I believe, 6 for a total of 10 that can do downlink at all. And on any of those, even the 4 that are equipped with the newest equipment, we've never had the ability to record that on the receiving end. So what this equipment does, it's just basically a video recorder to record the signal of what the downlink is displaying. And the policy that would cover that would be similar to what we do with body worn video or digital in-car video, where anything that the city keeps as records is there's a 5-year requirement to keep it. But so far for body worn video and for digital in-car video, right now it's kept indefinitely, and we would do the same thing with this.
And again, I'm still just a little bit fuzzy on what downlink is. In my simple understanding, somebody's in an aerial or in a helicopter above, they capture an image, they send it to somebody who's sitting in an office somewhere, potentially, or at a different environment. Is that accurate?
Exactly, that's what it is.
And is it the case you're saying, as we sit here now, the person sitting in the office looking at the computer can see that imagery, but they can't record it or preserve it?
Correct.
Okay. And now go back to the part of what you were saying about if it's used in a protest or crowd control or some of that environment. The concern that the public would have with the same privacy concerns in this that you'd have with a drone or something, that the department's up above taking pictures or video of someone and then capturing that in a database or something in that environment. Address that concern. Is that what this is giving you the capability of doing, or are there some other controls or something that you would have in place to address that set of concerns?
So what it would do is it would record what the helicopter's filming, and as far as privacy concerns, it would be used over events like protests. If the privacy concern that should not be done, then that would preclude what we're trying to do. This is merely designed to have a recording.
I get it. So because having a camera in a helicopter is itself not new, right? I mean, that's not a new.
We've been doing that for many years.
And so there is some existing control on that process, right? In terms of like when I hear them 2 or 3 times a day going above, that to know that somebody's not just, I haven't done anything, I'm in my yard, somebody's not just capturing images of and storing images. What I'm saying is there's got to be some existing controls on that now, and so that all you're
right
doing.
There's a resource request anytime we need to use downlink, and it's only used in those instances. It is never used in routine patrol.
Who's responsible for that? You said there's a request. Does that mean are you saying that that's the control that someone's going to ask permission to do this?
The incident command team would request the use of downlink for a given incident, and that request is sent to air support via CTSOB, and it's approved by me. If it's an event that requires it, we approve it. So there's a request and approval process. There is not a written policy about when
But then
it shall or
so
shall not be used.
Therefore, there's also then a record of when it occurs, right? In other
Yes.
words, because of what you just described, then public has some assurance that that there is some record of the incidents in which this occurs.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner
you.
Bonner. Is that it? Yeah. Oh, and
thank you.
Commissioner Kalanche, and just one thing for all commissioners, just perhaps a reminder that the advisory committee is working on data retention policies to inform us on best practices with respect to that. So just as an FYI for everyone. Commissioner Kalanche, please.
Actually, that was one of my questions about the storing of the data. So I won't ask that. But I guess the other question is it download in real time? Is that something that would happen?
Correct. The way this equipment would work is pretty much like a VCR recorder. It'd be attached at the location where it's viewed in the CP or wherever the downlink is hooked up to, and it would be recorded in real time.
But the use of the data would be used in real time during an incident or?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Zarconi and Commander Kowalski. Good to see you. The requested board action is to approve the department's report and accept the donation. I will move that forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Soboroff. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you very much. That concludes the regular agenda. We'll now go into closed session. Madam Secretary.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1 and 4A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you very much. Very well. We'll see if we'll wait for the other commissioners as well as the executive director, acting executive director for the day to close out our meeting.
Madam President, I will be closing out the meeting for you.
Oh, very good. Well, we have a quorum. Why don't we proceed? But the record should reflect that all 5 commissioners were in the closed session.
Okay.
So please proceed.
The Board of Police Commissioners has concluded their work in closed session. We are back in open session. In closed session, item number, I'm sorry, one moment.
Oh, Madam Secretary, I see that Commissioner Goldsmith and Kalanche may be in the waiting room.
Okay, one moment.
If you could just see if they're there to bring them up to the panel.
Okay, we're getting them now.
Okay, thank you. Just so the record is clear that they were present in closed session.
Okay.
There's Commissioner Kalanche, welcome back. And Commissioner Goldsmith.
We do not see Goldsmith.
She indicated she is present. But we do have a quorum. The record should reflect that she was here for the entire closed session and is trying to get back in. So if we could proceed to closing out the meeting.
Okay. In closed session, item number 4A1, officer involved shooting number 056-19 was discussed, and the chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted by a vote of 5-0 as follows. As it relates to tactics, administrative disapproval, 6 police officer 2. As it relates to drawing and exhibiting, in policy, no further action, 6 police officer 2. As it relates to lethal use of force, in policy, no further action, 2 police officer 2. In closed session, item number 4A2, tactical unintentional discharge number 057-19 was discussed, and the chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted by a vote of 5-0 as follows. As it relates to tactics, tactical debrief, 2 police officer 2. As it relates to drawing and exhibiting, in policy, no further action, 2 police officer 2. And as it relates to unintentional discharge, administrative disapproval, negligent discharge, 1 police officer 2. That concludes the reporting out. Is there a motion for adjournment?
Thank you. There's Commissioner Goldsmith. She was here. I will make the motion that we are adjourned. Is it seconded?
Second.
Second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Very well. 5-0. It passes. We stand adjourned until our next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, but you know what? But she didn't say, were you listening when she said she was going to say something?
Yeah.
She didn't say it, and I didn't want to
No.
say it, so just.
No. I don't.
Oh,
Wait.
no, read it.
But
Oh, yeah?
you told me about that thing, and then you didn't even tell me about how to go into closed session.